evening, everybody. Welcome back in if you're coming back in from earlier today. Welcome back. If you weren't with us earlier, that's okay. We'll forgive you. Catch it on replay if you're interested. We were covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How was y'all's little rest from in between the trial today and now? Butterfly, welcome in. Good to see you. Semi Sharp is back in the house running feral for us. Welcome in. I believe Rachel will be along soon. She was out and about. Pammy, welcome in. Welcome in. We are so happy to see you. Morris Dog Mom, you are always lovely and in the chat. Guys, y'all hit the thumbs up. Hey, Carrie, BMD, welcome in. Y'all hit the thumbs up and get the show into the little algorithm. Get the little baby channel into the algorithm. Cy Ray is spilling some tea out here on these streets. And it's not sitting real well with Brian Koberger's supporters. He was a defense expert, mind you. Some of us have always side-eyed a little tiny bit. A lot of us dove into deep to that guy a long time ago, years ago. So any facts coming out about Cy Ray now, we pretty much have known. We've also known about his YouTube channel for a very long time. Dove into some of his other works, some of his other cases, some of his companies, all of it, right? The second we heard Cy Ray 7-minute screw up, we're like, what, sir? 7 minutes, wrong direction? What are we doing here? Well, so when we were chatting earlier, or last night rather, yesterday, we were like, what do y'all want to do next? We reviewed that topsy-turvy stuff. And he didn't sit well with a lot of people. So y'all were like, let's do Cy Ray. Let's review the Cy Ray stuff. And then, boy, did Cy Ray say, hold my beer. I'll give y'all something to talk about. We still have the Custody Queens interview to review, but we won't do that tonight. We'll save them for this weekend because we're a little busy over here on the channel. Remember I said I wasn't going to do no more shows on Brian Koberger until I got some goods on Brian Koberger because I'm a little over all the information on surviving roommates and everybody in the town. They've got nothing more they can tell me. Not a single solitary thing. So, thank you to Jesse Weber for facilitating an interview where he brings Cy Ray on panel. And he also brings Steve and Alivia Goncalves because Steve's got some questions for Mr. Cy Ray. And yes, Socialite Crime Club. Thank you, Hello Kitty, and welcome in. Daisy Dukes, welcome in. That is the name of the channel, Socialite Crime Club. Now, I've always been skeptical about Cy Ray's information because we didn't know a lot about what all was there and what wasn't. The fact that he sat in court that one day and said, I reserve the right to change my mind, as more information becomes available. Now I'm understanding a little more about what Cy Ray was actually talking about, which led me to some more questions. Because I knew there's something off about this case. I don't care where you sit on his innocence or guilt, something's off about the case. Can't put my finger on it yet, not for lack of trying. Something's off. Now, before we ever get started, we all know that Mike Baker broke the news, right? Said Brian Koberger called him collect, wants to have a little chat. And then he released statements to Mike Baker from the New York Times. Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman riding in high on the high horse. Guess what those two are about to do, y'all? Guess what they're doing together? They're writing a book. Interesting. They're writing a book. Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman and Mike Baker from the New York Times. Direct quote from Kevin Fixler's Facebook page. I found that to be quite interesting. Mike Baker got the scoop on Brian Koberger. Did you get a look-see-loo at the jail visit log? Could you tell me if Turvey and Whitcomb's on there? Because I guarantee they probably are. Bet. So while the pro-Burger supporter camp continues to unpack the blow to their ego, we'll take a look at the video. We'll get started here. We also have Cy's information in the document we can refer back to as well. Now, we know now, we read it, let me start that over. Before we ended our live earlier, we did tell everybody that Judge Hippler has approved a public defender for Brian Koberger. I'm not mad at it. That's the law. He's has rights, and I don't want to crush his rights. We don't want to give him anything to cry about. So I'm like, give him his rights, whatever. Give him another attorney. Let's roll, baby. Let's tango, dude. Steve Goncalves feels the same way because you know what a trial would do. It may or may not shut the shit show down. Doubt it will, but I'm here for a trial if that's necessary. At this point, it feels incredibly necessary. Let me get my let me get it ready here, guys. He also spoke, I believe, to I got several things. Let me see. Did he speak to who else did he talk to? Was it hang on. Enton interviewed Steve and Shannon Gray. We have that we can look at as well. I do have Andrea Burkhart's live, guys, where she did her big, I think it was a 4.5 hour live. CH was working on some stuff there as well. CH, I have not got a chance to review that yet, but it is on my watch list, and I will probably do that tonight. Um, Andrea predicted Hippler doing this. Yeah, I mean, it's a no brainer, right? We don't want to screw things up for Koberger. We need to get him an attorney, stat, just in case, stat. All right. Now, Cyray also did another, I don't know if it's a standalone interview with Jesse Weber. We're going to look at that too. I think it's like 6 minutes. So there's something else thrown in that we probably didn't see during the Steve Goncalves interview. So let me get this pulled up. Now, here's the thing about Cyray. If Topsy Turvy gets the right to come out here and speak openly, why doesn't Cyray? See, pro burgers lose me right there with their wishy-washy. It's okay for some to speak and not others. Kind of like, that Goncalves family should take a seat, but I can live large on the YouTube all day. Excuse me, what, you weirdo? All right. So Cyray's got just as much right to come out here and talk as Tipsy Turvy does. And we're going to let him have the floor because we're a little here for it, sir. Any of you got the chance to see any of this yet? Hey, Firefly, you watched most of this? It's good. Yeah, topsy-turvy, tipsy-turvy. We were debating about what was in that big cup he liked to swig while he was laughing about murdered victims. Hair and hands and such. Oh, and there were some interesting tweets about the hair and the hands. Mike Ruiz had an interesting tweet. Oh, and by the way, Dolphin did remind me before we went live that Netflix doc has dropped, guys. I doubt I sleep well. My sleep is weird, so I'll be watching stuff tonight in and out of sleep. In and out of my sleeping state, I'll be reviewing stuff. I needed a nap earlier. I was like, what will get me there? And there was somebody who popped off at a live, and I was like, that'll get me there. Dude, it put me right where I needed to be. Thank you, interview room. I mean, guy. Okay, enough of that. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. Oh, warning label Nina. How are you? It's 3 episodes, Dolphin. I'll binge it. I know I watched the trailer right before I hit the live button, and one of his classmates from DeSales, right? It's got something to say, and I'm gonna go watch her talk about it. All right. I don't know if it will explain the 2 inverters or, you know, hiding in the woods and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I'm concerned about other things Cyray had to say. The inverters don't bother me. I want to know more about what Cyray had to say. So we're going to take it away, Cyray. Take it away, Jesse Weber. Folks are hating on you because you went over there to the web toofs. You just don't know the web toofs tooth. He doesn't know the tooth of it all yet, y'all. Give him grace, my God. I still like you, Jesse, no matter what they tell me to do. I don't listen to them. They are bad, I was told a few decades ago, and I'm concerned they are going to get me with the woo-woo. All right, enough of that. Why are you disgusted? What's got you disgusted? Cy or topsy-turvy? I still think Koberger did it, y'all. I still think Koberger did it. When I tell you there's a problem in the case, don't mean I don't think the guy did it. Do I need to put a banner? Oh, I got the wrong banner. Simi? Forrest? Did y'all try to correct me and me miss it? Hold on. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Please like, subscribe, and share. True crime content, viewer discretion advised. Opinions and theories. All right, let's get going. Take it away, Jesse.
Koberger, the man who pleaded guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students and now wants to take it.
Morning, Nina. We're listening. We don't care what them other people, they're never going to listen. They don't take up headspace over here. They don't. We can't fix them. I don't care what they think anymore. It's not about them.
All back. I'm back with Cy Wright, who at one point in time was a potential expert witness for the defense team should it have gone to trial, a geolocation expert, the chief innovation officer at Vernews. He studied Koberger's AT&T records. We just talked about the accuracy of them, what the prosecution might have been missing. But now we have something special. Never happened before. I've never done it. I am joined by the father of victim Kaylee Goncalves, Steve, who I had on the program last night, and Kaylee's sister, Alivia, who have questions for Cy. It's great to see.
Now, Rachel and I have put something on a map. I don't have it locked and loaded. Rachel's not here with me yet. So she's very familiar with some of these areas and these little dirt roads. Yes, ma'am.
You both. Thank you both for taking the time. I'm really just going to hand it off to you, Steve. You, I understand, respect Cy for standing by his work, but you say not everybody's doing that. I turn it to you for the question that you might have for Cy.
Yeah, well, Cy Wright came out and stood by his work, stood by what his professional opinion was. He wasn't paid. There's a lot of people who were paid and then turned that into some kind of for-profit, enterprise.
Oh.
And I just wanted to respect somebody who stood by their work because I need more of that. I think a lot of courtrooms need more people to stand by what their expert testimony is. And these gag orders are kind of cloaking devices to keep people from actually being responsible for their so-called expert witness testimony. So there's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related to my daughter's death. And I don't take that lightly. And Cy Wright has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out, like, these questions that I have that even the defense and the prosecutor, nobody wants to help me with. So if he's willing to tell me, hey, how can you have cell tower dumps, the whole tower dump, and then his phone turns on at 4:48? How is that not? How do we not have timing records in there? How do we not have that? That's my main question for him.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question. Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align with the roadway. When you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a 3-way intersection and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day one, they need to map all the data. They need to go get the data. They need to map the data. And I reserve the right to change my opinion until all of that data is put forth, because I think it tells a story. And I don't know how an expert prompts both the investigative side and the defense side of, hey, these are bottom line basic steps that need to be taken. If that was done, what would be found is the very next day, he mirrors that exact same route. He starts off in Pullman. He comes into Moscow. He drives down 95. He pulls onto the dirt road. He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes. And
The day after Koberger committed these crimes, we know he drove back to the house. We also know that evening, what was it, 5 to 8, Dolphin Firefly, 8:30? He's offline again. What you doing out there, Koberger?
goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake River on that path? It's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is indicative, in my opinion, of him looking at his navigation, specifically using his phone to get into a perfect area. The other thing is pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Koberger. It's very easy for us to see what his normal pattern looks like. This is a complete deviation from that normal pattern, and it stands out. It tells a story.
That's very compelling to hear. And look, it highlights what an overarching theme has been criticism of prosecutors in this case. Alivia, I want to throw it to you. I understand you have questions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the questions I came prepared for kind of moot compared to this one. So you're speaking of GPS data, which I'll be honest, I really wasn't aware of. So when you speak turn by turn, is it fair to assume that that data, you mentioned it went back 6 months, was used for the cast report, which did put the defendant at my sister's home on 23 previous occasions? Because I know a lot of pushback that happens is when it comes to this cell tower, they say there's only 2 in Moscow. It only narrows it down 10 miles. Can you kind of help to dispel some of the specificity that can happen with GPS data that was on his device?
Yeah, and I need to break that into 2 pieces. Number one, the 23 prior visits based on that cast report is 100% inaccurate. It would never hold up in court. Any expert in this field who reviewed that report would be able to show you incredible flaws. The problem, too, is it isn't just 1 or 2. All 23 of those that are reported in the cast report are wrong. They're inaccurate. The times are off. It's just a really bad analysis. With that said, if the agency and the investigators actually dug into the records they have, not only is there evidence of Brian Koberger being in the area of that house, there's evidence of him being on the property. There's things that they could find.
Evidence of him being on the property.
Follow up on to confirm this. And in my report, and luckily it's just been released, I actually outlined follow-up that would be reasonable to assume an investigator would do to confirm the prior visits to the house, which I think are very critical. Pattern of life is everything in this case, seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murders themselves, us being able to piece that back together and tell a comprehensive story that makes sense, that's the job of the investigators. So I can tell you that I feel very comfortable that.
Absolutely, CH. Ding, 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 ding. Because Nick Balance was pretty fucking accurate in Chad Daybell's backyard. So I got pause. Ding, ding, ding. CH for the win.
Brian Koberger was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. So there's more than enough evidence to show that. There are databases and ways that if the right people use the right legal process to exploit today, the data's still there. There is some really good information that could come out that I believe would show the device actually at or inside the house opposed to just near it.
Steve, this is an important conversation based on what we talked about last night. I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. I think the likelihood that he gets a new trial is very, 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 very low. But if this is now a conversation about a potential new trial, do you want Cy to be part of this push for investigators, for law enforcement, for prosecutors to essentially, if I'm understanding this all correctly, be more thorough?
It's almost bigger than that. Technology is moving so fast. It's radically fast. And I'm an IT guy and I can barely keep up. These courtrooms, when they were talking about a JSON file, I just wanted to jump up in front of the judge and say, this is ridiculous. There's no expert in the room right now. So, I think what we need to do is embrace technology more, and we need to like have experts that are actually driven just based off of technology, and things have to change. I mean, the courtroom, I'm watching somebody typing when the whole thing's being recorded. They resist change. They don't want change. We have to embrace change. And that's how we get justice, is we start embracing, this technology. And that's what I'm trying to say is, this case, bring it on. The evidence is there. I'm not scared of it. I actually think there's so much undiscovered evidence that this case is actually should have been case law. It should have been case law. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get
You've been talking to me and Sleuthy Goosey
there. And I'm trying to save another family from dealing with the same headache that we just went through. And we're talking about life and death, and it's that important.
I mean, Cy said it before. Two things could be true at once. Brian Koberger could be guilty, but there could be faulty parts of the investigation.
Exactly.
Alivia, you said you had other questions that you felt are moot. What are those other questions that you had, or anything that you want to address for Cy?
Yeah, so a lot of my questions were just about kind of the analysis and how specific we can get, data. I have my phone right here. Obviously, it's connected to Wi-Fi, but let's say it wasn't. Could you know that I was right here just with cell tower data? Or would it require an additional piece like a timing advance record?
It would definitely require something additional than just cell tower connections. And
Alivia don't play, and the girl ain't dumb.
I think the question you're asking is really pivotal, and it mirrors exactly what Steve is bringing out. You have to ask for it. You have to know what to ask for. You have to know the proper legal process to obtain it. And then the most important thing here is you have to be able to analyze it. You have to be able to properly analyze it. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds of some of the knowledge that I'm talking about tonight, because some of this hasn't been released, but I feel very comfortable stating there is no work product in this case that took the 4 victims' phones, 6 months worth of records, which they have, it's in evidence, took Brian Koberger's 6 months worth of records and sat down and did a deep dive analysis of seeing where those devices intersect and when they collide.
Now, should we put that squarely on the shoulders of Bill Thompson and his lazy ass? Can we do that? Because I guarantee you, if the FBI had been asked to do that, they'd have laid that out beautifully the way they did in Chad Daybell's backyard. So I have questions for Moscow, Idaho, and the lazy prosecutor over there. I refuse to call you Santa because I do not want gifts from old men. I found that to be childish.
And I feel very comfortable in this next statement that if somebody did that on the prosecution investigative side, it's not a mystery of where some of these connections happened. It's not a mystery of what I'm going to say, at least the pre-planning phase of this crime. There's some very telling evidence in those phone records that, to your point, we can be a little bit more specific. We can be a little bit more isolated instead of just saying, well, both phones are in Moscow. Yeah, no, they're actually both on the same street corner. Or more importantly, there's a couple phones that belong in Moscow that are.
Do you know the prosecution probably really screwed up by not doing that? You got 6 months of pattern of life on all your victims and your boy. Why are you not deep diving that 6 months worth of records and find out if he was ever in proximity to one of those girls? Why not, Bill Thompson? Asking for myself and a couple hundred friends.
In Pullman at times, and there's an intersection and a collision between Koberger and a couple of the victims in Pullman. So the evidence is there. It just needs to be properly analyzed.
Cy, I just got to jump in 1 second as I'm listening to you speak, and I'm listening to your expertise in this and thinking that you were retained by the defense at one point. You are quite knowledgeable. You are the kind of expert that any side would want. Did you, in your experience, the reason I say that is because Brian Koberger saying he had bad lawyers. He had ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what he's claiming right now. I'm thinking all I've ever heard is that he had good attorneys. And if they were considering you, I feel like that's a good attorney. From your...
Uh-oh. What in the hell? What happened? We got the woo-woo. The fuck? Hold on. I'm not sure what just happened. Hold on. Dolphin, you lost the stylus. Did you? Hold on. I got to read that. I gotta know. I just lost the stylus in my phone a few weeks ago. My phone settings showed me when I last used it. Really? I've lost mine 3 times. Had to find it right here in the house. I went to my Google timeline activity. God, I got a Google timeline. Oh God, I don't like people keeping up with me, especially the Google. Ay, ay, ay. But if they could help me find my stylus on the occasion when I may lose it, because I like that little thing. I'm fond of my little stylus now. It's my little assist. It's my gray bay. It's my gray bay. It does a lot of work for me when I'm trying to edit a little short video. I could be lost without it. I edit all my videos on my mini computer phone. All right, let me get it back where we were at. Okay, it's not quite exactly to the same spot, but close enough. I must have upset Trisha and she sent me the woo-woo. We won't talk about you anymore, lady. We're good.
Which they have. It's in evidence. Took Brian Koberger's 6 months worth of records and sat down and did a deep dive analysis of seeing where those devices intersect and when they collide. And I feel very comfortable in this next statement that if somebody did that on the prosecution investigative side, it's not a mystery of where some of these connections happened. It's not a mystery of what I'm going to say, at least the pre-planning phase of this crime. There's some very telling evidence in those phone records that, to your point, we can be a little bit more specific. We can be a little bit more isolated instead of just saying, well, both phones are in Moscow. Yeah, no, they're actually both on the same street corner. Or more importantly, there's a couple phones that belong in Moscow that are in Pullman at times. And there's an intersection and a collision between Koberger and a couple of the victims in Pullman. So,
But we can't legally call this guy a stalker, but Lauren calls Christina a stalker all day and twice on Sunday.
So the evidence is there. It just needs to be properly analyzed.
Sai, I just got to jump in 1 second as I'm listening to you speak, and I'm listening to your expertise in this and thinking that you were retained by the defense at one point. You are quite knowledgeable. You are the kind of expert that any side would want. Did you, in your experience, the reason I say that is because Brian Koberger is saying he had bad lawyers. He had ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what he's claiming right now. I'm thinking all I've ever heard is that he had good attorneys. And if they were considering you, I feel like that's a good attorney. From your perspective, do you think that he had incompetent, ineffective counsel from your experiences on that side?
Boy, that's a loaded question.
It sure is, but I'm asking it.
I think that there's plenty of ineffectiveness to go around on the defense side, prosecution side, and quite honestly, and I won't be very popular for saying this.
Yeah, I'm not popular for half the shit I say. Xana's sister did attend WSU, and I'm going to say it again. Did WSU put her at risk? Koberger roamed around for weeks after killing her sister, knowing, I guarantee you, that her sister attended WSU. I have concerns about what he may have been looking at and doing and following. I worried about that for quite some time, and I'm not happy with WSU at all.
On the judge side, I think there's critical errors that were made throughout this entire case where it's just this giant snowball that kept picking up speed as it went. One of the biggest things, and just to be clear, I got involved in this case because I did a peer.
Now, if y'all weren't with us the other day, I did a video, standalone 12-minute video, and we did a show, and we put it in there. And we reviewed the June 2025 hearing months, just 2 months? It was July 18th, actually. 2 months before the Koberger trial was slated to kick off, and Taylor's standing right there in the courtroom letting them all know, and all the laundry list of reasons why she could not be effective counsel without a continuance. Continuance was denied. 2 months later, we have a plea deal. Now we have Brian Koberger saying I had ineffective counsel. So, hold your brakes. Hold your brakes.
Review. The actual expert on the case ran into a problem, didn't know what to do, called me. I looked at it, I thought I'd be done. Next thing I know, I kind of got sucked into this thing. Yeah. So it was never my intent to be involved in this case. And I'll say it time and time again. I told the defense probably at least 100 times. The best thing that happened for Brian Koberger is that we were never contacted to help provide assistance on this case. That's my.
Oh, snap. Oh, snappy snap. best thing that ever happened to Brian Koberger is that I wasn't called to work for the prosecution like I do most of the time. Sir, can you work for them now? They're probably going to need you if we get a retrial. Hell, Letitia and Adam got one. Why not? Why not? I'll be pissed if they grant Brian Koberger a brand new trial and Rick Allen is denied a trial. I will set the fucking internet on fire, and I won't stop. People will get sick of me. Especially them pro-burgers when I fucking all light the fire to their ass. I'll become one of the biggest crama drama channels on the YouTubes. Woman unhinged.
Across the country every day, across the world.
I give Lauren what she wants.
I feel very comfortable in saying if myself or some other experts in this field around the United States were contacted early and brought into this investigation, we would not be having this conversation tonight.
Well, let me tell you something.
I don't want to interrupt.
No, please.
But that's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard other experts say the exact thing to me. Said, Steve, you reached out to me. I'm here.
Yeah, I know. I watched I saw Koberger say I did it. I'm not coerced. I'm not all that. I saw all of that. But this is post-conviction relief with very strict standards. And one of the top reasons is ineffective counsel. Did Ann Taylor help lay the groundwork for some oddball reason that we're unaware of? I'm not sure yet, but I'm keeping an open mind because I don't know everything.
Expert, and they won't talk to me.
So
that lit a fire as me as a father that I'm doing things like I'm doing right now.
And
thank you, Dolphin, because one day Ann Taylor says we're good, and the next day she says no, we're not.
By the way, Steve, for anybody who doesn't know, you were the guys who orchestrated this. You said this is an important conversation to have. We want to talk to Cy Ray about this. I'm so glad that we did, particularly now. We didn't know that Koberger was going to file this yesterday. So all of this happened at once. Cy Ray, thank you for taking the time to answer these questions and explain it. Steve and Alivia, I said this to Steve last night. Cy. I've been thinking about you guys this whole week, and I'm going to be, you have an open platform here to always talk about what you want to talk about with this case. So thank you all so much for taking the time to, again, have a really important conversation.
Thank you for watching.
I told you, Cuomo, we could do without that bullshit at the end. We're done here, sir. Go call your brother or something. So, guys, I think it was pretty cool, Jesse. Steve asked Jesse, could you facilitate that? That was pretty cool because they talk to a lot of people. And are they listening, or they just want them on their platform, for a little hoopla, little something, little chitty chat? To say we had them on today. Huh. Very interesting. According to Nancy Grace, she has seen lawyers throw themselves on a sword and say, yeah, I was ineffective. So it does happen. Yeah, I'm not sure if Ann's going to trash her reputation like that. I don't know, Dolphin. If she has an end game we don't know about, it's maybe a method to the woman's madness, or she might be big mad right now going, what the hell, I'm beating my head against the wall. Cy Ray knows this guy did it. I know he did it. And damn you, Tipsy Turvy. What are you doing out there with your NDA nonsense? So, yeah, there's a chance Koberger won't get this, y'all. Post-conviction relief is far different from I'm filing an appeal. And I don't know if a lot of people are aware of that difference, that don't follow appellate cases much. There's a big difference between filing your normal standard appeal and a habeas corpus appeal, right? On post-conviction relief. Rick Allen didn't even file for post-conviction relief, and that was a huge deal in the Delphi case. Instead, he went straight for regular appeal. So a lot of habeas attorneys weigh in on the Delphi case and have for years. And I follow Kara over on the Twitters. I don't know if Kara's weighed in on this case. Doubt it. But Andrea did, and I don't know what Andrea had to say yet. We know what Bob Mata thought. We saw his tweet. Remember we went over the tweets, y'all? Bob Mata's like, this fucking guy. This fucking guy. He tried to tell everybody when they tried to latch onto him in the very beginning of this case, Bob, look at this case. It's horrible. He's like, yeah, I read that PCA, guys. Have you read Rick Allen's? No comparison Koberger's done. I was like, damn, Bob Mata, you ain't playing. And they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do. They're like, oh hell, we lost Bob Mata. Early on in the game, might you? Early on in the game. So why didn't Idaho think it was important to sit down and map out 6 months of phone data on all four of the victims and Brian Koberger to see if there was a life pattern and where they may have intertwined at some point within Pullman and in Moscow? There's a story there to tell. Cy goes so far as to say that house could have been on the property, or that phone could have been on the property or in the house. We were like, well, in the house. We all suspected as much, was a possibility. People who say it's not a possibility, have you seen the parties there? The first time I ever saw the party video at that house, the very first one I ever saw, I thought, damn, that dude could have went right up in there and mingled about and may or may not have been noticed. People may have wondered, is that your friend? Hey, do y'all know that guy? The creepy McCreeperson in the background? That guy that looks a little older than the rest of us? Doubt, I don't know. Possibility. Always wondered if he did sneak his way up in there. Half the time, the people who lived there weren't there during parties. Right? So if the homeowners aren't there and there's just a bunch of people coming in and out having a good old time, someone may not even notice Brian Koberger in the mix. There's probably a lot of weirdos in the background we're not sure about, right? What we saying down here in the chat? Yeah, there's a small percentage, but there's always a chance. So Adam Montgomery's getting a new trial. I'm not going to sit here and say this guy's not going to get a new trial. I'm just going to weed it all up. The weeds are itchy, y'all, and I'm sick of them. I like to cut that shit down. I don't like weeds. They're yucky. They get the bugs and stuff and make me itch. I don't like weeds. This case made me hate the weeds more than anything. I do have questions about the FBI and what work Moscow actually asked them to do. If they thought it was not relevant to go back that far and really map that stuff out, what were the issues there? Can we get the cast report, the full cast report, and have somebody sit down and go through it? You know what I mean? Why would Bill Thompson go for a death penalty case and not do all that extra work? Because I'm telling you, if you take the time to go watch Nick Balance testify in Chad Daybell's trial about the accuracy of those phone pings in that backyard and what it meant to that case. That's why I was ready for Cy Ray to take on Nick Balance. Right? If there's missing data, why? Where is it? If it should be there. At 1126 house, where I'm not, I don't. I think someone was asleep at the wheel with the cast report. Who? Nick Balance or Mowry? It's yeah, the cast report's a little expanded upon. Nick Balance can explain that to y'all beautifully. The actual cast, FBI cast guy, testified in the Chad Daybell trial, slated to testify in the Koberger trial. He explains it and the drive time and the device, the Gladiator, and the calibration of the device all beautifully. So when Ann Taylor stood in court and went on and on about the calibration of the device, I was like, well, Cy Ray is ready for that already. Makes me wonder more about Moscow. I know they kept saying it was a draft, but was that Mowry saying that, or was it the FBI? FBI is only going to give them so much in any investigation. They're going to give them the same thing they gave them in the Chad Daybell case. Same type of analysis, the drive time stuff, that's what I'm not really talking about like cell pings right at the moment. There's a lot that goes into that cast report, and I know that because I watched Nick Balance testify about it, right? um, he is underestimated. Kresha said he's a very handsome man too. She met him, of course, in the Idaho trials for Lori and Chad. He's a very nice guy from what I understand. So I always had confidence in Nick Balance and his work, but I feel like there is something missing. Can't put our finger on it yet. And if why would Cyree see indications of certain things happening but not Moscow? I know then she finally said she got everything on the car, but she still wanted all those FBI full cast report and their notes and their emails and all the things to go with it. And then she had to do her TUI request to the FBI to try to get more. FBI says you can do your TUI request all day long. We may or may not acknowledge it. So I don't know what's off. And I don't know why it would be off when I know the work they did in the Chad Daybell case. That's what I'm saying. I know they can do it. Why wasn't it done here? And can I put that on Nick Balance, or do I put it on Moscow? I'm ready to put it somewhere. I'm ready to put it somewhere. That's for damn sure. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look into the document real quick, though, and see what Cy had to say in the document. And then we'll look at some other stuff in a second. Okay. And that's in that giant document, and I'll go pull up his page, though. We also have that vague and undisclosed testimony, too. What was it? Page what? 711? Cyree, there you are. Come here. Come here, you. Hang on, let me make this larger so I can share my screen with you guys. Okay. Now, Heather Bernhardt had said one day on one of her interviews, the Celebrite report, she was going to give it to Alivia Goncalves. That's very different than cast reports, right? Cell phone pings and such. That was a data dump on Koberger's phone. Okay, let's get this up here. Is it weird? Okay. What are we doing here? Let's see. Right, Dolphin, it doesn't make sense, does it? The FBI knew enough to go back a long period of time. Did the FBI do that, or did Moscow ask for it and then never follow up on it? That's what I'm questioning right now. FBI says we're only going to do what y'all ask us to do, right? Allegedly. That's what they keep saying. We only do what we're asked to do. That's all we do. What they ask us to do, we do. If they don't ask, we don't do it. Unless we're trying to work the Delphi case and we're coming in hot and they're like, oh, get out of here, boys. We don't like you. It's weird, but okay. I don't know the answer. I don't know. Maury was chopping up that cast viz. I don't even think he knew how to use it properly. See, that's what I'm concerned about. What did they do with the data that they got from the FBI? Did they get all what they wanted? Did they not follow up on stuff they should have? We don't know yet. I just know what the FBI is capable of because of Cyree's testimony on cast reports, right? And that's all I can base it on. I can Google shit all day long on Twice on Sunday, but I've got to base it on actual testimony I've seen too. So Cyree may testify for the defense as an expert regarding cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. Mr. Ray's opinion testimony will be based on his experience, education, and training as detailed in his curriculum vitae, which is included in this response as Exhibit DL-C. This response served to supplement the information in the report attached as Exhibit D11-B, photographs and/or video, drive test data, and related reports or past testimony and previously discovered to the state on January 9, 2025. Below is a summary of Mr. Ray's anticipated testimony, but does not repeat all specific findings. Now, what if they'd have went to trial? You think Ann would have eventually called him, or she'd have been like, I don't have a data dude. I got the wrong one. I should have got some of those from Karen Reed. She had several. Could I borrow an expert? Ian from Celebrate over in Reed, you're friends with Heather Bernhardt. Turns out, I saw that interview. Inquiring minds like to know stuff. All right, so what you're going to say, what's going to do? He has anticipated that Mr. Ray may testify in the following areas: interpretation of drive test data and mapping supplied by the state. By the state or by the FBI? Analysis of call detail records, geolocation data, review of analysis. Opinions regarding the FBI draft. There it is, Dolphin. Opinions regarding the FBI draft cast report and the final cast report. FBI, why would you do a brilliant job in the Chad Daybell case but fudge up this one? Is there a secret about the boy we don't know, as suspected allegedly? Don't fuel the fire, you weirdos. FBI, knocking at your door. I told you. In the Idaho 4 case, I've been knocking since the day you come into town. Knock, knock. This disclosure is provided as summary. Y'all got a lot of sources that run amok, by the way. Further detail about the scope and breadth of his testimony may be found in his report and his curriculum vitae. Mr. Ray may offer testimony to refute any expert opinion not disclosed yet by the state. Here's his synopsis. In October of 2023, I was retained by the attorneys for Brian Kohberger as an expert in the field of cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. Now, we saw him say his friend was actually working this case and got stumped and reached out to Cy Ray. Kind of like when the FBI got stumped and reached out to Heather Bernhardt. That's how that happened, in case you missed it. I was contacted by Tom Slavinsky of Cellular Forensics in reference to a technical question he had involving call detail records. A technical question? Mr. Slavinsky has completed the ZX Subject Matter Expert SME course and is a recognized SME in this field. It is common for me to receive calls from recognized SMEs pertaining to technical questions arising from the analysis of call detail records. Mr. Slavinsky did not provide any case information other than there was a non-dissemination order issued by the court on this particular case, and he could not discuss case details. His questions pertain to drive test data collected by the FBI cast team. Was your little machine off that day? It wasn't calibrated correctly? Was the calibration off? Was Ann onto something? I have to know what happened here with the drive test data compared to Chad Daybell's case. What happened, FBI? Did you lose your way like Lauren? Mr. Slavinsky voiced some concern as to the accuracy of the data, and the ability to verify it. I think it told a broader story than what Idaho realized. I think that's what Cy's telling us. I wonder what the final one looked like. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Slavinsky stated he would speak to the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to view the data. On October 27, 2023, I signed a confidentiality agreement to allow me to review the data in this case. It was at this time I discovered the cases regarding State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger. Over the course of November of 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. This evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile devices, forensic extractions, mobile device geolocation data, police reports, drive tests, and FBI CAS report, timelines, surveillance videos, and financial records. One of the first areas I was asked to address was to review and assist in the interpretation of the drive test data. I focused on the available drive test data collected by the FBI. Initially, the only data I had access to from the FBI drive test was contained in the FBI CAS draft report. FBI don't want their secrets out there, y'all. Their secret tools of investigation. They really don't want it out there. Have y'all not realized that? We don't really know what they're doing half the time. They like it like that. The more they put out in reports, the more we know what they're doing. Like downloading cell phones on the side of a road. Let me show you the picture. It's never going away back here. It's preloaded forever. Enclosed right there. I'm never going to take it down. So I can fly it back up when I need to pull it out of my back pocket. FBI will download your shit on the side of the road in a heartbeat. May or may not be accurate. Why you need my phone? There's weird shit on it. Stop it. It literally says do not enter with bloody hands. Left over from Halloween a couple years ago. And it's not, God, that's not leaving either. Stay out of my phone. I'm about to turn all this shit off on my phone. Quit spying on me, fuckers. Just trying to live my life peacefully. I don't need you my phone telling me what I'm doing all the time. I know what I'm doing all the time. I ain't lost my marbles yet. I might lose shit occasionally, but I ain't lost my marbles yet. One of the first areas I was asked to address was to review and assist in the interpretation of the drive test data. I focused on the available drive test data collected by the FBI. Initially, the only data I had access to was the drive test from their draft. Okay, here we go, their PowerPoint. And was briefly mentioned in Special Agent Redacted. He's redacted here, Dolphin. PowerPoint report. The draft report is dated July 10, 2023. Special Agent Redacted report PowerPoint was the only summary of the drive test, and it was dated 2/15/23. Really? Because that's supposed to be some really important data right there. The drive test tests the drive time. Point A to B and stuff in between. Yeah, okay. And hang on, I gotta fix this so I can do this properly. And helps establish when pings can occur. Okay, there's a whole thing. We kind of went over a lot of that here. Let me go back up because I lost my way for a moment. Okay. So the report states drive test data was collected between November 16th, 2022 and January 6th of 2023. So November through January, the report states the data was collected by both Special Agent Redacted and his partner Special Agent Redacted. The areas focused are vague, described only as Moscow Pullman and south of those towers. Maori, I'm like going to blame it all on Maori's interpretation. What are you doing, Maori? Oh my God. Wasn't that who was doing it? The report does state the raw files were enclosed in Special Agent Redacted's original report. The raw files are critical for analysis. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed by the state and requested the files be obtained for further review. Oh, that was one of Ann's further discovery requests, which we tried to explain. When something pops up, it will prompt a new discovery request each and every time. And I kept saying, y'all go look at all those discovery requests in Chad and Lori's case. Go look at them. Go look at how Lori got the DP slap off the table for prosecutorial misconduct in Idaho. What you scared of, Bill Thompson? I might know a thing or two about your state and what you've done in the past with high-profile cases over there. Not you directly, but it's out there for the world to see if they care to look. And Taylor knew about it because she cited Lori Vallow numerous times in court and in filings. I was like, it's coming. Y'all wait for it. Lori, where sleeping dogs lie. All right. Lori. The raw files are critical for the analysis. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed, so they asked for them. In reviewing Koberger's ATT's call detail records and the FBI CAS draft report, I immediately became concerned as to the accuracy of the drive test mapping, specifically the shaded areas representing coverage found on certain slides 112, 116, and 120, in comparing commonly seen handoff data in Koberger's AT&T records. The coverage areas depicted in the case report state State of Idaho versus Koberger. The FBI CAS draft report are severely flawed. Further analysis will require access to the raw drive test data. They should have given it to you. FBI's like, don't you be looking at our calibration mistakes, sir. Stop it. In further review of the draft report, I also noted several other areas of concern. The mapping of tower connections provided in the draft report was missing significant data from the AT&T cell records. Really? The draft report was missing significant data. On average, more than 90% of the available data was not mapped during the time periods represented in the report. This is not a best practice and creates a number of issues as to accuracy of both the analysis and the related report. Additionally, I noted several other errors as it relates to connection times. My main concern at this point of my analysis was the appearance that the missing flawed data was exculpatory in nature to Mr. Koberger. Upon further analysis, I was like, y'all got it wrong, boys. You could have done better. What, FBI, are you doing? Is it you or is it Moscow? Are we going to play the blame game now? Given the complexity of the subject matter, I explained that for me to provide an expert opinion on this matter, it would take a significant amount of time. I would need to have access to more data and would also need to conduct a drive test. Do it, sir. I was asked to work as an expert on the case and conduct a full analysis on the available data. The following report details that analysis. And he has his narrative. Due to the complexity of this analysis and the volume of data relied upon, this narrative will be organized in the following manner. He's got the inventory and data relied on for his analysis, his methodology for his reviews, the drive test review, the CAS report review, the CAS final report review, other geolocation data, probable cause statements, and missing data. Spin the bottle of blame, CH. Oh, I don't want to be in that circle of love. I don't want to be in that circle of love. We'll get the cooties. We'll get the woo-woo. I'm not having it. You think it fit Nick's name? Agent Redacted? Remember when they've accidentally unsealed documents and like, oh my God, FBI got mad and said, hey, take that shit down and redact our guys' names. What are you doing? Idaho's like, oh, our bad. We'll redact their names and take us a hot minute to get it all back out there. When Nick Balance testified in the Chad Daybell case, they didn't have the camera on him, but they sure released sketches of the man. I was like, what are we doing here? Why do I get a sketch of a man they didn't want on camera? You blew his cover, you freaky freaks. Can't hide for long, Mr. FBI agent. You're outed. Well, not like the whole courtroom didn't see him. Kresha said he was quite handsome. Given the volume of data reviewed, I created a master folder to preserve all the raw data provided. My work and files created or derived from my analysis. The digital format of this folder will be provided. Brian Koberger's AT&T records. On the 8458 phone says all the AT&T raw files related to the case have been preserved in the Ray Discovery folder, raw records AT&T Koberger. Good God, why can't there be a link right there? We could just clickety click. Clickety click. Would we know what we're looking at though? Raw records contained within that folder that were used in my analysis are. Hey, if Lana could get an interview with Cyree, you think I could? Y'all know how to reach him? Case report, State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Case number, blah, blah, blah. Analysis and report by Cyree. Report AU, standard AT&T call detail records covering a time period of June 23 through December 23rd, 2022. So from the time right after Koberger gets there till well after the murders, or the homicides. In all, there are over 113,000 cell tower connections reported in this data set. I have mapped, analyzed, and preserved all connections associated with this data set. In this report, standard AT&T historical precision location information report covering a time period of June 23rd, 2022 through December 23rd. Yeah, BK had his visual snow. He talked all about it in his little Reddit post. He had it so bad he could drive around at night, though, and stargaze. It didn't seem to bother him at night, did it? Isn't that weird? His visual snow was not active at night, apparently, allegedly, because he was able to drive around at night and stargaze all the time. So I'm assuming visual snow didn't affect him at night. Only in the daytime, maybe? All right. It's a little dangerous to drive around with visual snow, especially cross country, multiple times. I would imagine. In all, there are over 183,000 data points associated, and they were mapped, analyzed, and preserved. Other AT&T reports were obtained for this account, but not significant to this analysis. Okay? All right. It is important to detail the AT&T records process when responding to court-ordered records request. AT&T uses, AT&T uses internal case numbers to track such requests. In this case, AT&T's internal case number associated with Koberger's records is 3586354. I have reviewed approximately 300,000 geolocation connections data points associated with these records at the time of writing this report. All AT&T mappable data was converted to a Google Earth time-synced KML, which means keyhole markup language, while using the LexisNexis Tracks program. This device was assigned to the color red for mapping purposes. The sector representations utilized for this analysis are wedged shapes to stay consistent with the FBI CAS analysis. The Google Earth KML file had been loaded and reviewed on any computer running the Google Earth program. Computer performance will impact load times and caching times. The KML file was preserved in the Ray Discovery folder. Maddie Mogan's AT&T records. I'm checking up on chat here. I know, CH. He called him a conspiracy theorist. Straight up in the courtroom, on the record, a conspiracy theorist. I was like, ouch, Hitler. Ouchie, ouch. Don't know if that was a good move there, but quite funny, but not sure that was the time or place. You read the room, sir. Might have been a little much. I think I would have took offense to that if I'd have been the defense team. Like, excuse me, sir, can we objection? Hippler was so over that case by the time he got it, Now, could y'all imagine the facepalm that occurred? Kathy, Indy, what are your lady? What's that lady's name? She called up there to the Moscow, and they put her straight through to the judge's chamber. She's like, "Oh no, no, I don't want to go that far." But it was too late. It was already done. Y'all fuck around and find out. Gotta know it first. Gotta know all the goods. Post conviction relief incoming. All right, enough of that shade. I mean, analysis. Standard AT&T call detail report covering a time period of August 1 through November 14 of 2022. This report contains historical precision location information covering a period of August 1, 2022 through December 14. Other AT&T reports were obtained for this account but were not significant to the analysis. Now, all AT&T Maple data was converted to Google Earth, time synced into the KML file using the LexisNexis Tracks program. This device was assigned the color code, the color blue. Sorry, the other one was red, this is blue. The sector representations utilized for the analysis are wedge shapes to stay consistent with the CAS report. The Google Earth KML file can be loaded and reviewed on any computer, blah, blah, blah. So Maddie, I already read that. Maddie's phone. All right. Yeah, that's her name. The book that Ray wrote is not a book about Brian Koberger, though. It's a book for law enforcement, right? I don't know. That's what it's about. It's not like a Chris Whitcomb type book or a Mike Baker, Kevin Fixler type book or a Patterson type book, whatever's going on out there. Ray's book is for law enforcement. And I think once Cy got more and more discovery, maybe he saw things. He's saying that Koberger was doing a lot of extra shit they should have known about. And so I've always, we've thrown a lot of shade at old Cy over the time, but it was always like, maybe what's there? We wanted trial, didn't we? To see what Cy had to say. So I don't know if he's trying to, get his reputation back. Turvey don't care. He's over there kicking his to the curb all day and twice on Sunday and doesn't seem to care. I don't know if that's the same thing with Ray yet. If it's just about keeping your reputation clean and coming out and saving face, and get out of here, sir, with your bullshit. If you got the goods on Koberger, though, I'm here for it. Let's see if he does or not. Let's see if he does or not. Here we go. This is what all right, there are 2 search warrants that were served at AT&T for Maddie Mogan and Xano Kernodle's AT&T records. Their first warrant was served on November 17, 2022, covered a time period of August 1 through November 17. These records were assigned AT&T case number, and they were also AT&T's second warrant was served on June 23rd for the time period of June 23rd through August 2nd. These records were assigned an AT&T case number. Given the separate search warrants and time frame, AT&T used 2 separate case numbers. Cha-ching! When combined, there are records available for this account from June 23rd through November 14. The second search warrant affidavit explains the additional records were requested to see if Koberger had any interactions with the deceased leading up to November 13. The affidavit was authored by Lieutenant Mowry. Special Agent Redacted completed a report explaining he received these AT&T records back from AT&T on April 3rd. And they got Xana's phone, did the same thing. He's got Xana's records. Kaylee's records. In all, there are over 3,470 cell tower connections reported in this data set. Timing advance reports covering 8/1 through 11/16/2022. Now, Kaylee had T-Mobile. It's important to detail that T-Mobile record process when responding to court order requests. T-Mobile uses internal, so very similar to what AT&T does over there. All right, so he's got that. They have hers in pink. It is important to detail the T-Mobile record process when responding. Okay, let's see what else he's got in here. Dylan Mortenson's phone. Boy, Turvey had a lot to say about people who like to read her stuff. Oh, yeah, I want the goods on Mortenson. And he said nasty things about what y'all do to it. What are you doing when you're reading that Dylan Mortenson stuff? Tipsy Turvey said you're doing disgusting things when you read stuff about Dylan Mortenson and called y'all fangirls. But y'all are applauding that guy. Weird. Call me what you will, sir, as long as you stand up for Koberger. Damn it, man. They got Jack DeCore's phone as well. All right, here we go. Methodology. Turvey is the one trying to get the clicks and views and the dollars while trashing his reputation along the way. He has big plans. He said, we heard him, we reviewed him, we listened with open minds. Yeah, Turvey, you got something to say? Of course we'll listen. We would have heard from you at trial, wouldn't we? So why wouldn't we want to listen to you, Turvey? Why wouldn't we? I did. And he said, I expect to be called in cases I testify and work on in post-conviction relief. Really, sir? Visit Koberger much? Asking for myself and a bunch of my friends. Since Koberger decided to cite all that hair in Ethan Chapin's hands you go on and on and on about. Don't tell me it didn't come from you, Turvey, and a little visit you might have paid to that boy. Maybe, allegedly, speculating. Methodology for review and analysis of data. In the United States, cell phone providers collect and maintain certain records that can be used to help determine a mobile device's general location at a specific time. This type of data is referred to as geolocation data. The specificity as to the precise location of a device can greatly vary when working with geolocation data. It is critical in any geolocation analysis to consider known accuracy and error rates within the type of data being analyzed, as well as the methodology. I'm getting hot in my space, guys, and it's getting me distracted. I got to kick up this air. Used to conduct the analysis. For this analysis, I received 3 different types of geolocation data from AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Cell site sector data. This geolocation data provides a long connection sessions in which a connection time, the type of connection made, voice, SMS, or data, duration of the connection, and the location of the cell site and antenna array sector used by cell site to make connection. Some types of cell sector data include what is known as the handoff data. Handoff data is when more than one cell sector is used by the device during a single session. For example, a mobile device establishes a 5-minute session with AT&T network while driving on a freeway. During the session, the AT&T network maintains a constant connection from the network to the device by handing off the connection from one site cell sector to another while driving on the freeway. When the records are received with handoff data, it is well established best practice to analyze the handoff data as to help with specific details in reference to movement of the device, direction of movement, stagnation, and enhanced location estimations. It's a mouthful, guys. I think I need a bottle of water. Timing data. This geolocation data provides similar data as the cell site location data with the addition of a distance measurement. This distance measurement is an estimated distance from the cell site to the mobile device during the connection. When carefully analyzed, this type of data can be some of the most precise data received from providers in regards to device location. When multiple cell sites are connected to by the device in a short period of time, the timing measurements provide a form of trilateration, providing very precise device location information. Historical precision location information data report log. This geolocation data is priority to AT&T, only available from AT&T. This data this data is an estimated location of the device, presented in latitude and longitude format with a range. The range is intended to give an accuracy reading to the data, implying the device should be with X meters of latitude and longitude point. These ranges will vary between 25 meters and over 30,000 meters. There are several documented cases where this data is extremely inaccurate and will produce false data. As an example, there's an instance in this case where a device is reported to be in Seattle and in New Orleans at the same time. Oh, really? Based on precision locate... Excuse me. What? There are several documented cases where this data is extremely inaccurate and will produce false data. As an example, there is an instance in this case where a device is reported to be in Seattle and New Orleans at the same time based on precision location information data. Well, that is not a good thing. I thought my phone was smart. It knows everything about me. Everybody keeps telling me that. I don't need to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't need that woo-woo. The accuracy of this data can be significantly impacted by device activity. For example, when an application is running on the device that requires GPS, Brian, is he talking about your phone? Were you doing some funny business with your stuff too? Were you doing funny business? Or is it the data that's just wrong? Here, in this case, I don't know, I'm confused. For example, when an application is running on the device that requires GPS, the accuracy of the data in this report dramatically increases. In cases where the device is running an open version of a map application capturing GPS, it is common to see 25-meter locations that will perfectly align with travel of the device to such an extent it is mathematically impossible for the locations to be random or inaccurate. We all know about this cell phone data, guys. It's weird. AT&T, what are you doing out there to people's phones? I don't have the AT&T. Y'all some nosy heifers, aren't you? In cases where all three types of data described above is all available for analysis, all three types of data should be used for analysis. The different data sets can be often corroborate each other and provide an enhanced understanding of the device behavior and movements. Based on my review of the state's discovery, it does not appear anyone has done a complete analysis with all of the available data. I wonder why. I only call it woo-woo because Trisha did. I call it my magic stuff. I call it whatever I feel like. I call it intuition, my all-knowing, my good vibe, good vibration. See, I could get lost in song any second. I just don't want that woo-woo like that lady gets. Come on, man. I like the good woo-woo in my life. I'm not opposed to the good woo woo. We don't need enough funky shit she gets. I cover up my coffee with cellophane. I'm not doing that. She put the woo woo on herself because she keeps talking about Lori Vallow and she won't shut the fuck up. All right, don't get me triggered. Don't activate me, lady. I have to clutch my pearls. In this analysis, I converted all the geolocation data described above into mappable files. The mappable files are created in keyhole markup language, allowing the work product to be reviewed by anyone with a computer. I have a computer, Sai, and I have the free version of Google Earth too. The connections were synced to data and time allowing and I got a guy that can do a little thing. The connections were synced to data and time allowing for the animation of device patterns over time. Oh, we would love to do a little thing. Each device was assigned to a specific color to allow anyone to identify and follow the specific device. Beautiful. Once mapped, I viewed each data set independently as well as with other devices to establish patterns of life and possible device interactions. That's important. In going through this process, all of my work is documented and preserved for peer review and critique as needed. Armchair detectives, yes, peer review that shit. Let's do it. It should be noted this type of documentation is a common, well-established practice throughout the law enforcement community. Documenting the methodology used, findings, conclusions, follow-up requests, and finalized work product is the only way to present a work product that can be properly presented for peer review and or critiqued. As a point of concern, I am completing this report without the benefit of having receiving completed work from the state's expert as it relates to the methodology and opinion. Reports associated with the call detail record analysis are overly vague, incomplete, and generally contain no substantive value. Raw mapping files utilized by the state have not been disclosed, if they were ever created. Extremely poor record management further complicates the issue as records have not been organized into any meaningful structure. Oh, Anne may have been onto something with all that, not all that stuff in court about all this stuff. These terabytes of stuff you're giving. You're just throwing me shit piles of shit going, here you go, lady. Dig in. I'd have been a little upset about that too, actually. I'm like, you don't got your shit together over there in the prosecution's office? It's your freaking evidence. It's not ready to go. Allegedly it is, beta and all that stuff. Why didn't Anne get it like that? Did she? Is she lying to us? Cy just backed her up. You lazy over there in the prosecutor's office. He's like, I'm getting ready to retire and I'm tired today. You should have sat down then and let Ashley have at it. I don't know if she had it in her though. She looked a little tired too. Y'all need to get your iron checked. Extremely poor record management further complicates the issues as records have not been organized into any meaningful structure. In working on criminal investigations for over 25 years, the evidentiary process used in this case is one of the most chaotic I have ever worked with. Holy smokes. As such, it is possible some of the missing information data I refer to in this report exist, but I've been unable to find it. Dang. And I apologize. I might owe you an apology somewhere. I now understand why you needed all that jury survey stuff. Because, damn it, man, I've seen the jury pool in America, and you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, Ann Taylor. I can no longer fault you for some of that stuff. What, is Salty gonna read chat and call my ass out for, what are you doing? What are you doing, Simi? You calling somebody's kitty? Where did I start? Y'all need to get to the tooth of it all. Can Cyray help us get to the tooth? Brian Koberger. We should go review Trisha's review of the Brian Koberger case and get to the tooth of it all and have a good fucking laugh at the end of all of this. Because I guarantee you she'll make me laugh. Trisha, you no longer are, you're not a lady. I would love to get me some Lauren Matthias, but you, lady, you're just a comical old lady at this point to me. Like, what, Trisha? What are you doing? People take you seriously? You're helping that author and build that data DNA bank one swab at a time. Legal access to all your DNA. We don't need the FBI anymore because I don't need to stop at these 3 legal databases because all you Web Sleuths fans are helping me build my data bank. Authram's in game with websleuths.com. Don't miss it. Y'all run along and help them investigate all those cold cases. And while you're there, give up your DNA and do your due diligence to help solve all those cold cases. In case your relative murders somebody, we can find them through you. Anyway, run along, Othram. Run along. You've shot yourself in the foot with me. You commercialized cold cases. Appreciate it. I didn't miss it. I don't play in the weeds. You're not getting my DNA. I don't need to know my ancestors. I already know them. They speak to me every day. We are good to go. They're here right now. They tell me all I need to know every day. That's enough, girl. Stop. That little voice in your head. In my analysis, I focus on the following connections between Mr. Koberger and any of the deceased and or associates of the deceased. Yeah, I bet. I'd like to know that too. Yes, I would. I was able to locate sporadic files and reports that indicated a common call report was completed. However, the documentation is extremely poor as to what files were used. I think Mowry was a little confused. He may have had a little bit of the woo-woo. The method that was used and the resulting work product. A common call report is an analysis that is done to see if there are any commonalities between phone numbers interacted by Koberger to any numbers interacted by the decedents. In my review, if my review is correct, based on the data produced by to the defense, the only common number was a U-Haul dealership, which is of no real concern. I reviewed all of the common CDRs associated with each of the deceased and Koberger from a time period of June 23rd and through November 13th, the day of the homicides. In doing so, I am unable to find any common numbers that would connect Koberger to any of the decedents in any way. Did you check out all of his phones? Asking for myself. Geolocation data is a standard analysis that indicates when devices may have interacted directly by being in the same place at the same time between parties of interest. In this case, a geolocation report would have shown Koberger and any of the decedents of their associates are in the same place at the same time. The geolocation report. With the exception of slides 26 through 30, the FBI cast final report, I am unable to find any documentation created or mapping files used of the attempts to conduct such a geolocation analysis. I think Anne could have been a little more clear in court, especially when she had Mowry on the stand. Was she waiting on trial to bring it, or because she could? I just felt like, okay, no, we'll let that go because that's over with. It was obvious the man was a little lost. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta speak to my son. One moment. Okay, it just got a little darker in the countryside. What happened was they're selling that property behind us, and there's a big pole light in that yard, and it lights up part of the field back there. And my son just came and told me it's pitch black out there now. I'm like, yay, better for the stargazing. It was already perfect out there, but now it's dark and creepy in my parts of the woods. I'm going to go out there later and enjoy the dark, creepy night and stargaze and look at the moon. It's beautiful on the coast, somewhere beautiful, but dang, it's hot. I'm going to bitch today. It's a little hot, Florida. Calm down. Calm down. You're trying to kill us today and yesterday. We're just trying to survive out here and reason with hurricane season. You trying to cook us at the same time. Stop it. All right. Slides 26 through 30 are severely flawed and misrepresent the data. Statements presented in the probable cause statements without additional geolocation data, and for this very reason, misrepresent what isn't. Now that's because if you go look at if you break down the probable cause, the way they have it written out, because it's not together, it is separate. The phone here, car here. But if you do a column and write down where the car here, and the phone here, they seem to line up. So I always knew that and went, because everybody's going crazy over the PCA, and I'm like, I got to do this part. I gotta make it make sense and make me a column. And I did, and it was like, well, they appear to line up according to the state's narrative. But according to Cy Ray, they don't even know which way this dude was going, but Cy does, and he still went and did a whole lot. I don't know where the breakdown was here. The inculpatory or exculpatory nature of any findings connected to Kohberger to any of the decedents is a cornerstone of this investigation. The inculpatory and or exculpatory nature of any findings connecting Kohberger to any of the decedents is a cornerstone of this investigation. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I heard a noise. I had to get up and check the thud in the night, make sure I wasn't getting the woo-woo. All right. What do we got here? Okay. He also says there is no evidence or mapping files that have been turned over by the state to support any meaningful analysis on this point. You know, if Bill Thompson really wanted to establish he was a stalker, quote unquote, you'd think he would have done his due diligence with all this phone data. Did he take Maury's word that that's all we got? Or what's happening here? Good night, butterfly. He asked in July 18, 2025, 2 months before trial, Ann Taylor was in court trying to get a continuance of the trial. And she laid out every reason why she needed that to be effective counsel. It was denied. Trial was set for 2 months later, and we got a plea deal instead of a trial. Interesting. And now Kohberger's filing ineffective counsel. I have a 12-minute video with Ann laying it out beautifully as to why she's not effective anymore and how the Python state here is causing it. If you know, you know what the Python is. I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd and November 13th where Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the decedents. Well, you got some people out in New Orleans and over in Seattle at the same damn time. So what are we actually doing here? We can trust your analysis, but not the FBI, because you've developed your own program to read the data. Yours is better than theirs. I need trial. I'd like to question these experts myself. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Koberger frequenting locations also frequented by the decedents. Huh, I think you said what? We're going to have to go back and review Jesse Weber again. You said something about what? Okay, I paid attention, Cy. It is my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Koberger and any of the decedents, and or Koberger or the decedent's residence. Didn't he say something about being in the yard and probably in the house? Has he further analysis stuff since this report? Huh. Accuracy of geolocation mapping, specifically the drive test data. As discussed in my synopsis, I asked to review the accuracy of the FBI drive test early in the investigation. Again, poor documentation conceals any real methodology that was utilized by the FBI in collecting the drive test data or effectively mapping the data. As such, I conclude inaccuracies are clearly present in the FBI CAST final report. They finally got the final report, not just the draft, quote unquote draft. We don't want the draft. We want the final CAST report. And allegedly, they got it. In an abundance of caution, I also performed an extensive drive test in the areas of Pullman and Moscow. This will further be further documented in section 2 below. Accuracy and completeness of mapping presented in the FBI CAST final report. It is my opinion, he says, that the state's experts have intentionally misrepresented the data in the report. The state's expert, Nick Balance, intentionally misrepresented the data in the CAST report. It cannot be simply explained away as simple error or oversight. Further detail is provided in sections 4 and 5. Interesting. Legal process utilized to obtain records in addition to the early conclusions reached from those records. In concluding my analysis of this investigation, I also focus on the timeline of which information was obtained by law enforcement and resulting legal process subsequently used to secure evidence in the initial review and conclusions reached. As such, I noted the following. He says, early conclusions reached about Koberger's geolocation history is severely flawed and not supported by the data. Sai, could you go live and just open up about it and talk about it? Why not? Any meaningful, unbiased review of the data would have clearly revealed the errors. Mixed methodologies are present, indicating the investigators attempted to extrapolate certain details from the data while ignoring other details, creating highly flawed conclusions that were then used in probable cause statements to secure other evidence. The magnitude of error is based on oversight or incompetence. It appears there is an intentional effort to manipulate the data for the benefit of bolstering probable cause statements against Mr. Koberger. As I detail my findings for each of these items throughout this report, I will include the manner of which I reached my conclusions and the supporting data to support the findings. Additionally, all raw data relied on will be included in the digital folder. I know, Simi, the water's too hot. I could wake up in the morning. We could wake up in the morning with a storm sitting on knocking at our door, couldn't we? Hey, I'm here, 24 hours. Boom, got you, bitch. Wind blown away. Y'all don't hear from us for a few days. Just know we're Trying to reason with the hurricane season. The power goes out, she goes down for a day or two. I've been out for a week before in the middle of summer. It's torture. Let's hope she stays calm, Simi. Let's hope the steering currents and conditions are not favorable at this time and we got wind shear aloft. Let's hope. Drive test data review. The term drive test refers to the physical act of taking cellular network survey equipment into the field to analyze cellular signals at any given location. By repeating this process over and over throughout an area, it is possible to determine cellular coverage areas with a high degree of certainty. Like in the Chad Daybell case. This practice is well accepted both in the engineering and network planning fields, as well as criminal justice applications involving geolocation analysis. Interesting. Over the course of my career, I performed hundreds, if not thousands, of these drive tests. I have always utilized the Rode and Schwartz TSMX network survey tools to perform these tests. These network tools are utilized daily by network engineers around the world. By way of background and training, I have received significant training from Rode and Schwartz on the TSMX products. I maintained a business relationship with Rode and Schwartz for over 8 years. During this relationship, my company was the sole provider of Rode and Schwartz TSMX tools to state and local law enforcement throughout the United States. This required me to provide training and field assistance to law enforcement on the product line. In addition to this, I worked directly with Rode and Schwartz engineers on developing new features and software enhancements on the product line. This relationship has allowed me to review and analyze thousands of drive tests in the course of my daily work. FBI Cast utilizes a drive test product from Gladiator Forensics. It is important to note that while the product is purchased through Gladiator, the internal survey equipment powering the tool is manufactured by Roland Schwartz as well. Oh, really? Little Gladiator coming in hot in the back seat. Calibrated and all? Was it calibrated properly? Was the Gladiator calibrated properly? Because Nick Balance talked about how important it was to make sure the Gladiator was calibrated properly before you conduct your drive test. Rode and Schwartz and the software utilized to analyze the raw data collected. In my analysis, I utilized the Rode and Schwartz Nestor software. The FBI CAS utilized the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, known as the GAR software. Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. The Gladiator is a third-party company that makes software to assist law enforcement in analyzing geolocation data. They also provide software that analyzes drive test data. Their GAR product is their drive test equipment and software offering. While white labeled as a Gladiator product, the physical hardware used by GAR offering is the Rode and Schwartz drive test scanner. However, the software utilized by this product is proprietary to the Gladiator. Know thyself. Welcome in. How are you? Everyone still with us? Did I scare them off with my woo-woo talk? However, the software utilized by this product, by the Gladiator, the software component takes raw data collected by Rode and Schwartz scanner and produces an estimated coverage area in the form of visual representation that can be overlaid on a map. Again, see slide 8 of the FBI CAS final report for an example. The purple overlay is the result of the GAR software. taking the raw drive test data and creating an estimated coverage. The word estimate does not appear anywhere in the FBI CAS report, final report. It should be required. If one was to take the raw drive test data and manually plot the results on a map, most of the area represented by the coverage area has not actually been scanned. The GAR product takes snippets of the drive test data and then uses an unknown, unpublished algorithm to estimate a shape allegedly representing a coverage area. Oh, he's coming straight at their product. Mine is better than yours. Yours is flawed because you did some extra stuff to it that we didn't tell you to do, basically. Slide 27 from the CAST report, FBI CAST final report, focusing on the lower portion of the coverage area depicted on the slide. There is no drive test data in the FBI drive test files to support this area. Well, that's problematic. Kind of like our witness seeing firemen. Most of the area represented cannot be accessed by a vehicle. What? In mapping the raw data over the top of this shape, I found one small section of the road that was driven, but the rest was void of any data collected by the scanner. It is unknown the algorithm used by the GAR software. Damn algorithm. To create such a shape. Additionally, in mapping the raw data, it was discovered more coverage areas exist to the east and west of Highway 95 than what is represented on the map. What? What kind of crap is going on here? For lack of a better word at the moment. I'm feeling dehydrated. I gotta get some water in a minute. Huh. I need to blow up that map and can I screenshot that bitch? Is it gonna look all crazy if I do? Oh no, it's not. Hang on, I can't see what you guys see. Hold on, let me fix this. Hold on. Pullman, WSU Pullman over here. November 13, 247, 29. November 13, 212, 220, 225. Huh. Hang on, I'm going to screenshot it. All right. Mission accomplished. Okay. Example 2. The CAST final shows two coverage areas depicted, one for the cell site. They list the different towers that are there, 424,005 and 424,199. Then another one provides coverage to Coburger's residence, represented on the slide, with the yellow label titled BK. These are numerous examples in the AT&T record. There are numerous examples in the AT&T records where Coburger is known to be at his residence while his AT&T device is using this cell site. Can you also see is the screen still okay for you guys? So I'm not looking at it the way you guys are at the moment. Okay. By simply mapping Coburger's records, it is easy to show this coverage area is extremely undersized, as some of the handoffs seen in the records are impossible based on the overlay. This coverage area should include the area around Coburger's residence. Yeah, Let's hope, Firefly. We're trying to get down to these images here. I'll zoom in on them again when we get to each one and see what's there. Um, let's see. All right, now he says this one is flawed. 424199-15 is flawed as this area where FBI scanner malfunctioned and did not collect LTE signals. We do not need the Gladiator malfunctioning going forward because, by God, y'all use it, so we don't need all that. We just don't, FBI. Knock, knock. Despite missing data and coverage area was still plotted. Despite missing data, coverage area was still plotted. This is an example showing the lack of confirming the results of the drive test before mapping them. If this missing data is added, this coverage area almost doubles its size. So, if it would have doubled the size, we've had more data on the Koberger of it all. Because Sai's saying there's more out there on Koberger if you just go look for it. What are you doing, Idaho? Huh. This illustration, example 3, is from slide 18. Oh, wait. Yeah, well, I'll zoom in. Hold on. Of the FBI CAS final report. It allegedly represents cell site sector 424006-23. This is the primary cell site sector providing coverage to Koberger's residence. On the left side of the map, there is an area represented that is circled in red, and we can see that there. The overwhelming majority of this area is inaccessible by a vehicle. The FBI will not be able to provide any data from their raw drive test file to support the mapping of this area. This is a more extreme example of an issue that is seen in how if you can't get to it by car, why is it on their map like as if we drove it? Was people okay that day at work? Hold on. November 13th, from November 13, 2022, from 6:13 a.m. until 8:04. Hang on, I need to slide it over some more, don't I? Okay. Let me screenshot this. My eyes are horrible. 4:11:54 a.m., 4:15, 4:17. Okay. Over here in the area in reds where they're saying they can't drive a car in, but we have a map drive. Okay. Well, that's a little odd, but why would that be there? Why would phones be in Seattle and New Orleans at the same time? It's odd too. FBI will not be able to provide any data from their raw drive test file to support the mapping of the area. The coverage areas, was Bill, were you aware of your laziness and thought, oh God, we might as well let him have that plea deal? And then we'll muck that up too. He couldn't get a damn thing right, could he? He thinks he did. I got that interview with Anjanette Levy in our back pocket, sir. Who you think you fooling? The coverage area is represented in the cast FBI cast final report and or draft report are not accurate and should not be relied on. More importantly, the attempt to use them in this manner, with the added claim of the report being peer reviewed, is not within the norms of practice or training in the industry. A basic review of the raw data would have revealed the issues present and discussed in the the above examples. Koberger's AT&T records alone show the accuracy errors and handoffs seen in the records would be impossible based on the FBI coverage maps. The fact these issues were not recognized and made it into the final draft reveals a quality assurance piece of missing in the review process of this report is missing. Well, we don't need all that bad quality control stuff. Not when it comes to the FBI knocking on our door, back door to be exact, downloading phones on the side of the road like they something fancy. It is both important and necessary to understand the raw drive test data consists with nothing more than latitude and longitude points with network survey readings. Any process that takes the raw data and converts it into shapefile. Let's go down to here. Let's see. Into shapefile, where was I at? Beyond those latitude and longitude points. In this case, the FBI CAS process is to use the Gladiator GAR program to make this conversion. I am unaware of and unable to find any scientific documentation by Gladiator on how this is done. So they're questioning the device and how it even operates and if it's accurate. It's got these issues. I followed up with a detailed email to Mr. Zimlock. So he reaches out to the Mr. Zimlock, this Gladiator guy, and Zimlock requesting any documentation they may be in the possession of or aware of that would allow for independent testing and evaluation of the GAR mapping process. Zimlock did email me back and explain the only document he could point me towards is the Gladiator patent. While I can appreciate Gladiator's desire to protect their intellectual properties with a patent, it does not satisfy the requirement of providing some type of scientific documentation on the actual process used by the GAR platform. Dang it. In fact, the patent data is overwhelmingly vague on any real process used by the Gladiator tool. Additionally, the type of network connections associated with this investigation were not even in service in 2011 when the patent was filed. Good God. Given this, it is safe to say that there is no information available, nor Gladiator Forensics willing to provide information that would allow for proper independent review. Any peer review of this data without such information is flawed. GAR records, data logs. GAR data logs. Records indicate the data provided is from scans completed on 11/16, 12/29, and January 3rd, 2023. Interesting, because I wonder if those correspond with certain filings that are popping into my head all of a sudden. Shit's firing off right now. Interesting. Interesting choices of dates. All right, back at you. January 4th and the 5th. In the course of my analysis, I noted the following issues. Missing data. Data is collected by physically driving the survey equipment around in a vehicle. As with any survey technique, it takes time to receive, analyze, and store the data being collected. The collection process and the time it takes to properly perform it requires the use of operator to be mindful of the speed they are traveling and to monitor the equipment performance at the same time. It is very important to drive the speed limit. Be mindful of the speed because it matters. It mucks up your timing, doesn't it? And how do we know how fast any defendant was or wasn't driving? What if boy had pedal to the metal, but our drive test reflects speed limit? Would our handoff times be different? State better have their digital phone forensics together if this goes to trial. You ain't lying, know thyself. They better know thyself, hadn't they? I had my ideas about his travel, and not to forget he studied digital forensics. Oh yeah, he wanted to help those rural areas with their little digital technology data. He's like, I know more than you guys out there in your little rural areas. I got this. Let me help. Let me help. I might need access to things in the near future when I'm out committing homicide. I'd like to know what y'all are doing over there. Could I please be a part of the police force today? WSU, did you dodge a bullet or did you not after all? You thought you did. I think he was a red flag from the get go, but y'all let him in anyway. I've seen the interviews and I concluded that all by myself based on my analyses today. All right, I'm going to get off track and make this way longer than it needs to be. Y'all tell me to shut up when I need to. All right, so now coverage maps were created in both CAS draft report and the final report that included the area where the missing data mentioned above is relevant. Given the coverage map was created, it is assumed Special Agent Redacted and his partner Special Agent Redacted were unaware of the missing data. What? Special Agent and Special Agent Redacteds were both unaware of missing data? Special agents? Was everybody asleep at the wheel trying to figure out where this guy was? The guy behind the DNA? WSU knew who he was, they just didn't put it together, allegedly. Jury's out on that, by the way. Given I can find no evidence of the area being rescanned, I must assume they are unaware of their area. You assume they're unaware area error. He assumes they're unaware of their error. The error significantly impacts the purported coverage area represented in the E node in both the draft and the final report. The coverage area depicted in the reports are significantly undersized by over 3 miles. Essentially, by attempting to create a coverage area with raw data missing critical measurements, areas of coverage or possible coverage cannot be considered by the software. This is the result of a user error in the drive test process. As best practice, it is recommended operators monitor the survey. Now, I wonder if Nick Balance actually performed the drive test, or did somebody else, did his partner Redacted do it? I'm curious. As a best practice, it is recommended that operators monitor and survey the results in real time. Doing so makes it very easy to identify when there are collection issues and prevents this error from occurring. As a result, the coverage area identified in both draft and final CAS reports for eNode is not accurate and should not be relied on. This is further corroborated by the following. In Koberger's AT&T records, handoffs were observed utilizing eNode repeatedly in the records that would make the purported coverage areas in the CAS mapping physically impossible. In conducting my own drive tests utilizing the Rhodes and Swartz device and Nestor software, I was able to identify primary coverage areas for eNode up to 3 miles beyond the coverage areas depicted in the FBI CAS reports. Mapping of the FBI raw drive test data further identified coverage areas well outside of the coverage area depicted in the draft and the final report. Unfortunately, this is a critical error. What am I doing? And this is the coverage area referred to in numerous probable cause statements. Oh boy. He had the map when he was on Jesse Weber. The one we can barely see in the PCA, we just see a line on a black spot. It's a black map with a yellow line. We get it, but we're like, damn, could you do better? This is critical error, as this coverage area referred to in numerous probable cause statements as being indicative of Koberger's phone traveling away from his house in the early morning hours of November 13th, around 2:47 a.m. This faulty coverage area was reported as the last cell tower device connects to the powering off, at 2:47, which is also an error in the CAS analysis. The phone does not power off until 2:54:45 and is using the cell site sector that provides primary coverage to the Koberger residence at the time. In addition to the coverage to the Koberger residence, the cell site sector has one of the largest coverage areas for any cell site in Pullman. This coverage area extends for several miles south of Pullman and includes the Washington State University Horticultural Center and the Busby area. More importantly, this cell site tower sector does not provide coverage to Highway 270 between Moscow and Pullman. This is corroborated with the FBI's own drive test that reveals specific coverage areas for this cell site sector well outside of Pullman area, to include WSU Horticulture Center. The fact that Koberger's phone disconnects from the network while connected to this specific cell site sector eliminates any possibility of the device from being on Highway 270 between Pullman and Moscow at 2:54 a.m. One cannot dismiss this error as oversight. The AT&T CDRs, along with the FBI drive tests, make it incontrovertible that Mr. Koberger's device was not traveling east towards Moscow at 2:47 or 2:54. Any statements or diagrams proposing he was are false. So he went the opposite way. To make such a claim, one must ignore all accepted principles of CDR geolocation analysis or omit critical data from the AT&T and CDRs. Did he take a right instead of a left that day? I wondered that about that 7 minutes. It's like, oh, wait a second. Did he take a right instead of a left? Did he turn around and go back once he turned the phone off to throw them off? Or did he keep going to the right? Why take the phone, Koberger? You stumped everybody when you made that fatal flaw decision, didn't you? Not me. I always wonder why you did that. You could have just left it at home on the nightstand and said, I forgot it when I went for my nightly drive to Stargaze and was too far from the house when I realized it and just didn't want to go back and get it, but I knew where I was going. But no, we took it with us. Method to the madness, maybe. Always wondered what that was about, Koberger, because you threw a lot of people off with that fatal flaw, mistake, smart guy. He's like, don't worry about it. I got forensic data wiping tools, honey. Don't you worry your pretty little head about what I'm doing with my phone. One cannot dismiss this error or the oversight. Impossible coverage areas represented. Raw data does not support coverage maps. To better understand the software issues that are present in the GAR mapping, manually mapped all over the raw data drive test points collected by the FBI. This was a tedious and complex task, as there are over 500,000 data points. This was done through a manual process and a programmatic process to assist in double checking my work and reducing human error factors. In doing it, it was discovered that the raw test data provided by the FBI does not support the resulting coverage maps generated by the GAR program. There are clear errors of coverage in the raw data and that are not present in the mapped data. Did Ann Taylor slowly realize, damn, that data, if they dig in, my boy's cooked? Conversely, there are areas represented in the mapped data that are not supported by the raw data. When comparing the raw data I collected in conducting my own test, I found it was nearly identical to the FBI drive test. This is important to note. The raw data test is very similar, but the FBI's interpretation of the map data is clearly flawed. Oh gosh, we didn't interpret it properly. Who didn't? The FBI or Maori? Did they say, here you go, here's what you asked for, plug it into your program and it'll do its magic, as usual? Here you go, here's what you asked for, plug it in as usual. Maori's like, okay, I think I went to some courses, I got this. Push this button and this button. Is that what happened? Uh-oh, that was a mistake button. Recover, stat, recover. When comparing the raw, he's like, I don't know, I just plugged it in and it told me what it was. I plugged in that report because it was a bunch of data, and then that thing I plugged it into told me what it said. That's all I know. When comparing the raw data I collected in conducting my OLA, the errors described above are significant to such an extent it is difficult for this investigator to conclude that FBI Special Agent Redacted and his partner Special Agent Redacted could complete such a work product without being aware of the discrepancies noted. You got two of them working together. Peer review much? Check my work? Hey, do I got this right? What are we doing, Special Agents Redacted team? It is the result of either sloppy process and procedures. Was there a parallel investigation going on that had them preoccupied? That's a little busy? All the errors described. Section 4 is about the FBI cast draft report. Oh, the dreaded draft. The draft, July 10, 2023, was 124 slides. And he's like, I don't want that damn draft. Get out of here with your draft. You better get me the final report now. I done went through all your emails and texts and your draft. I want the full report. She got it. She got it because Size referred to it several times, so she got it. Because I have not been supplied with any disclosure, raw report, or data set depicting the methodology, process, blah, blah, blah. All right. The report underwent a peer review in which resulted in roughly 90 slides of 75% of the reporting being eliminated. Whoa, there's no explanation for the change made. After undergoing peer review, 75% was dumped. The manner in which drive test data, that's not good, y'all. Because if the goods are there on Koberger, why the hell didn't they find it? What are you doing, Idaho? I'm going to keep asking that question because you're not showing me anything but a bunch of weenies. Not you, Rachel. Bill Thompson. I love you, Rachel. I love Idaho because of you. I don't like what's being done to the citizens of the state of Idaho with multiple back-to-back high-profile cases, and the state is allowing, file your appeal today. You got 2 appeals on your hands right now, Idaho. And you got another high-profile case, Stacey Wandra. We can't forget about Wandra, Idaho. Y'all need to get it together and don't be mucking up the drive tests. If the goods on your defendant are there and you want a death penalty conviction, why not go get it? If Cy is right. Substantial deviation is in representing the data with no explanation. Both claims in the draft and the final as they relate to total coverage. There is an attempt in the draft report to show Koberger's device possibly in the area of the crime scene on between July 16 and November 10. July 16th, that early? There's an attempt in the draft report to show Koberger's device possibly in the area between July 16 and November 10. This was removed and replaced in the final report. There is no explanation to either methodology used in either report to illustrate this. Both are flawed. Interesting. Slide 112 is extremely concerning, he says. What is presented in this slide appears to have been heavily relied on throughout nearly every probable cause statement provided to secure evidence against Mr. Koberger. The problem is that that there is a complete misrepresentation of the AT&T data. There are only 4 connections represented on this slide. The AT&T records show a total of 50 connections during this time period. The slide states there are no network interactions between 2:48 and 04:48. This is incorrect. The device does not connect from the net or disconnect from the network until after 2:54. There are an additional 6 connections after what is represented on the slide. The additional connections clearly illustrate the device is not traveling east toward Moscow as suggested on the slide, and numerous probable cause affidavits. In fact, the phone disconnects from the network while using the cell sector that provides coverage to his residence. What are we doing here? Yeah, and we still have not reviewed another interview with Cyree. He sure dropped some breadcrumbs up there. If he could see all this in the data, why did the FBI not go that far? Was Idaho satisfied with surface level stuff? You got me 12 pings. Oh, you got 23. That's good enough. Puts him in proximity. We can't find him on camera stalking them in a store, but we what? You got 6 months worth of life pattern on these individuals? If Cyree took the time to map it all out and figure it out, why couldn't state of Idaho do the same thing in a death penalty case that you want that conviction on? Why not? What do y'all think Koberger needs a map for? He drives around at night all the time. We don't think he mapped out that route over and over and over and knew it like the back of his grubby little hand? Of course he chose the best route he thought possible. Not a doubt in my mind that dude rode that route many a nights, going, is this the right way to go? It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision on which way do I go. Oh, no, no, no. Pattern of life, what you got for me, Cyree? Do we have a history of that, maybe? You said he drove that same route after the crimes occurred, too, right back to the same location, right dead ass for the Snake River. What are we doing at the Snake River, Koberger? I hear Snake River holds a lot of secrets. Prior to you, Koberger, she holds a lot of secrets. She's a little snaky. Dog duty for us, you're good. Despite, let's see, Despite a peer review occurring before the final version was completed, most of these errors are present on the final version. Arguably, the most important time period in this case concerning the network activity of Koberger and these errors rather, are not corrected. The FBI CAS draft report is exculpatory evidence to Koberger as it represents a flawed review of the AT&T records. That word exculpatory, folks, think it means he's gonna get off. They got the goods. Bethany's got the exculpatory. No. She just didn't align with what Dylan said, which could have been exculpatory in nature. Could have been, if their stories differed. They needed to go find out, didn't they? Because something was amiss there with those two. We could talk to Bethany and find out what happened. It clearly shows the misrepresentation of AT&T data by Special Agent Redacted early in the investigation. Is that you? Balance. What happened, guy? Are you okay? Given Agent Redacted expertise in this field, it is unbelievable. I'm right there with you, Cy. I'm having a hard time here. Excuse me. Given Agent Redacted's expertise in this field, it is unbelievable he would not have realized the error being made. This, of course, is even more concerning after many of the misrepresentations on the slide made into the final report after a peer review by an equally qualified expert in the field, Special Agent Redacted. It is my opinion that this level of misrepresentation is not an oversight or mistake. Then what was it? Why would they give phony data on Brian Koberger? You're feeding a fire right now. You're fueling a fire, an old fire, I might add. I'm not saying you do it on purpose. I'm just you may not even be aware of it. I don't know. Maybe you are. Do you watch YouTube? I don't know. We couldn't start the fire. FBI CAS final report, July 8, 2024, consisted of 31 slides. Maybe he needed the map in case something happened on his route. Didn't want to use. Oh yeah, he could have got a paper map anywhere, right? A lot of folks back in the day had them in their damn glove box. Maps were everywhere. It's not hard to get a map. Koberger didn't need his phone to get around that night, y'all. He didn't need it. He's good to go. Bubba's got this. He could have a burner phone for all we know. This little map in case he gets lost in the dead of night trying to sneak around the Sneaky Snake River. Nah, our boy drove that route. He drove every route that he could think of on that map that he saw, figuring out what was the best way to go to confuse everybody in the end. Because I got to get away with it. I can't just get my phone and get in my car and drive straight there and do it and drive straight home. They'll find out. Well, if they wouldn't have found out if he hadn't accidentally left his sheath, can we be honest? If Brian Koberger hadn't left his DNA in that home, is that grainy footage from the neighboring home any good? What does it mean? It's driving around all funny, but that's all it's doing. We don't know who's driving it. We don't know where it came from, what state it belongs to. It's just another car in the neighborhood riding around in the night. So if Brian Koberger hadn't have accidentally left his sheath in that house with his DNA on it, would Xander Kernodle's sister still be here? Would Brian Koberger still be plotting his next victims? How did you get to my client to investigate his phone records? Through a tool? A tip? WSU maybe? Some cops over there saw a car and called us and told us? Oh, really? I beg to differ. No matter what you say. I heard the police chief say it with his own mouth. We did not contact Moscow. It was a different year. The car was a different year they were looking for next door. We didn't contact them. Really, because the PCA says you did. Oh. Law enforcement obtained 6 months of CDR data from all 4 decedents as well as Koberger. The enormous amount of data was requested to analyze for connections between Koberger and the decedents. Up here he's going on about the call detail records, undoubtedly exculpatory in nature. The enormous amount of data was requested for the connections between the Koberger and the decedents. This is best practice and absolutely was a required component of this investigation. However, documenting the analysis process as well as findings of the analysis is also best practice and required component of the investigation. The FBI final cast report falls well short of this requirement. Not only does it completely omit the lack of connections found, but there is also a concerning attempt to elicit connections that simply are not supported by the data. Sai, you're a little word salady right now because you said different things on Jesse Weber. What's happening? You put it together, but they didn't. The analysis performed to derive such results are outside of any norm. Then the field or nothing or more. The creative writing propped up with cherry-picked data snippets. What? Within this field and are nothing more than creative writing propped up with cherry-picked data snippets. The unorthodox manner of analysis may not have been recognized without an experienced, well-trained subject matter expert meticulously analyzing the cast work product. Such an analysis requires hundreds of hours to unwind the intentional manipulation of the data seen in this work product. Intentional manipulation? Good Lord. Because y'all didn't know which way Koberger went don't mean you got to fake it till you make it. Stop it. Damn it, Ann Taylor. Y'all, I got to go grab a water. I swear. I don't want to annoy anybody who finds that annoying by the host getting up and walking away for a minute, but I got to go get a water. And I need to take a comfort break to go to the restroom real quick, if y'all don't mind, before I continue reading. Let me throw this up here so people come in, they'll see it. If y'all don't mind, will y'all chat for a minute and keep the chat to let people know I'll be back in a minute? I'm sorry. I got to go get some water, though.
You want the truth? You're here for salty sleuth. Come on in, now take a seat. We're digging up the cold, hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts. No fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. The Salty crew stands side by side, sharp-eyed, smart, and along for the ride. Oh, Salty ain't gonna take your shit, 'cause it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, 'cause the mods keep watch with Salty sleuth. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop. Step out of line and they'll boop, boop, boop. You want the truth? You know the root. Salty's got the facts, and the lies get called out. You want the truth? You're here for Salty sleuth. Come on in, now take a seat. We're digging up the cold, hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts. No fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. The Salty crew stands side by side, sharp-eyed, smart, and along for the ride. Oh, Salty ain't gonna take your shit, 'cause it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, 'cause the mods keep watch with Salty sleuth. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop. Step out of line and they'll boop, boop, boop. You want the truth? You know the root. Salty's got the facts, and the lies get called out. You want the truth? You're here for Salty sleuth. Come on in, now take a seat. We're digging up the cold, hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts. No fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. The Salty crew stands side by side, sharp-eyed, smart, and along for the ride. Oh, Salty ain't gonna take your shit, 'cause it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, 'cause the mods keep watch with Salty sleuth. Truth don't bend.
Okay. Simi's got to get us some more music so we can add to that. So when I go take a little breaky break, we can have some more than that one song on loop. Thank you, Simi. Yeah, we're about to stop reading this document because I'm really tired of reading, and we're going to go take a look at that Cy interview. He was on with the Custody Queens, the same people who brought us Tipsy Turvy. All right, so he's going to go on and on about that, and we are going to go review that now. All right, let's see. Now he was on there, I think like 12 days ago is when it actually aired, and man, I was watching it live, and man, he was not feeding the narrative, so to speak, and people didn't like it in chat. They really, they hung a lot on Cy. A lot. They're like, he's going to free the guy, right? He knows a thing or two. He knows it wasn't Koberger and all that, all the things. And boy, they just were not happy with him. And now that he did the interview with Jesse Weber, they're actually literally out there saying he's turned on Brian Koberger and he doesn't have the right to speak. Turvey did, and y'all applauded it. Y'all are a weird little bunch there. That's odd. Anyway, let's pull up the custody queens. Again, these are the girls on the YouTubes that came into the case once Dylan Martinson's text messages got released, and they're like, what is going on here? And they came to investigate, and they wanted that hair to be Dylan's so bad they were salivating. We saw it with our own eyes and ears. And they were let down on that. It was not long and blonde. Okay, Sire Live. All right, y'all. We had to review these ladies and their partner the other night. We can manage to get past them to listen to the interview, although we may have a thing or two to say occasionally because we can't help ourselves sometimes. Ron was a little much the other night. Ron, what are you going to do tonight, Ron? Ron. Girls, hi, ladies, family law attorneys and all. Hi, how are you? All right, let's get started. I'll mute out while it starts. Let me get the coffee breakdown sign in case we confuse people. Hold on. Let's act like we're doing this right.
Knows who we have on to interview today. And we are so excited. Today we have Cy Ray on, and Cy he was an expert for the defense, and he was retained to talk about cell towers, drive testing, geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, call detail records, and software that was used to interpret them. And we're going to let Cy go over his CV on his own because he has an incredibly extensive background, training, education with respect.
Welcome in, Know Thyself. Welcome in to the Salty Crew. Thank you.
To all the stuff we just talked about, and we don't want to waste even a minute. So let's bring them up.
Right before we do that, I just want to thank everyone for being here today and for all of your support. I know that everyone normally sends a bunch of questions in, and we love those questions very much. We have so many questions, so we're not really sure that we're going to be able to get to anyone's live questions today. If you do ask them, we'll star them. If we can get to some, we will. But again, no promises.
They give law tubers a bad name. The law tubers are like, what's going on over there? Now, Andrea Burkhart has done her breakdown. She's a defense attorney. She's done her breakdown of Brian Koberger's, post-conviction relief. I have not watched it yet. It's 4.5 hour live. I want to. Probably going to do it this weekend and see what we pick apart in it.
Not on a later date. We'll get to those questions. Same thing with super chats. We really appreciate any super chat, but we just can't guarantee that we're going to have anything on the screen because we have so much stuff to go through today. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you for the super chat. Super chat me. We'll get your questions later.
Please remember, we're not making any specific accusations or allegations in this case.
Oh, that's important, y'all. They're not.
We're just going through the data, and we have a very experienced expert that we are extremely excited to talk about.
Hey.
Hi, Scott.
Welcome.
I feel like you don't need an introduction, but thank you so much for joining us.
We're so excited to have you. Give us the goods on Dylan Martinson.
You're very welcome, and thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. So I know that your CV is quite impressive and lengthy, and I would sit here and recite it, but I'm not going to do near as well or good of a job as you would. So would you mind going through a little bit of your background and experience?
While Sai's going through his background, guys, I'm going to step on the back porch for a moment, and we'll let him go through his thingy for the people who may not know. They'll get through it. Should I speed it up a little bit? Let's see. Hang on. because we don't want it too fast. My ears won't be able to compute because I'm half deaf. So hold on. But if because Ron was they're a little slow sometimes. Let's take it up a notch and see how we do. 1.25, let's try that. We don't want to be here all night. We have trial in the morning to cover for us.
Yeah, I'll keep it really short though. The crux of it is very simple. I did 20 years in law enforcement. The majority of that time.
Now, if Cy goes too fast, I got to slow him back down. But if he's okay for y'all for now, we'll let it roll and see how we all like it. If y'all want it to go back down, let me know in the chat. This is for this is as much y'all as it is me.
I was spent in criminal investigations, primarily in violent persons crimes, so sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, and homicide. I worked in our homicide unit for a number of years. I was a homicide sergeant for a number of years as well. In about 2014, I left law enforcement as I was approaching my 20 years on, and I started a company that did cell phone mapping for criminal investigations. And that was just a realization in my career that there was a big gap in the market, that the software was somewhat lacking in the tools that law enforcement had available to them for this type of investigations. So I started that company and we ran that company. And just to kind of put a couple things into perspective, which might be important for today's call, between 2014 and 2021, that system that I built for the software, it mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States for law enforcement. So when I say I'm intimately familiar with phone records in the United States, we had to manage every single type of record that was available to law enforcement through a search warrant process of any cell phone carrier in the United States. We also kind of did a handful of this work all over the world, so it wasn't just the United States. In 2021, LexisNexis purchased that company, and I have kind of a 5-year non-compete that I did at that time. And during that non-compete time, the only thing I was doing was testifying in cases such as this case. But between my investigation time, between my time of running the company that did the cell phone tracking, and then the last 5 years since selling that company, I've lost count. I probably testified about 150 times, maybe a little bit more now, as a subject matter expert on one particular thing or another. But I'm very familiar, obviously, with the cell phone side, but I'm also very familiar with the criminal investigation side, specifically as it relates to homicides. So it's kind of a very condensed Reader's Digest version, if you will.
Okay, great. And you've testified in both state and federal court.
I have. I think I'm at 26 or 27 states altogether, and yes, both state and federal.
Okay. And then for the Idaho case, was this the first case where you were an expert for the defense?
This is the first and only case I've ever testified on behalf of the defense, or that I actually did work on the case on behalf of the defense. There's other times that I've been compelled to do things with the defense, but this was the first time I actually testified as a defense expert. I was retained as a defense expert to testify.
Okay. And you were retained in October of 2023?
Closer to November. I think the first time I got a call, but I didn't know what case it was on because of the gag order. I received a call from another expert who was looking for a peer review of this. But because of the gag order, he couldn't get into details of the specific case. So I agreed to do this case without knowing what case it was. And then it was a couple weeks later that I received the documentation on the gag order and kind of got up to speed that, it's that case.
Gotcha. Okay. And is that Tom Slovensky?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then, so once you signed, I'm assuming, the confidentiality, you jumped on the case, you started to get into the case. What was your scope or retention like in that case?
Yeah, and this is probably, I probably left something out of my background that I should have included that I think you guys find very relevant, is from about 2010, it started in 2008, but by 2010 it was really rolling. I was teaching investigative methodologies for cell phone mapping geolocation to law enforcement. In 2014, I started the first subject matter expert certification course for state and local law enforcement. It was the first one in the nation to do that. Today, there's about 200 subject matter experts that have been certified within the court as a subject matter expert in geolocation as a result of taking that course. The idea of me receiving a phone call from another expert doing a peer review, it's kind of like a Tuesday. It was not a big deal. And the majority of times when I get those type of calls, I'll look at a case, I'll make a couple corrections, I'll give some advice, and I'm out. I really don't get involved with the case. And I fully did believe when I first was contacted on this case, this would be the same. I had every reason to believe that when I saw the work product, if anything, there's a few minor issues, point those out, and I move on. I have nothing to do with this madness.
What got you sucked
into? Was there anything? Oh, sorry. Was there anything, Cy, that was telling you morally, ethically, or any other reason to take this case or become an expert? And I think it's important to note that you were not paid for any work that you did on this case, including reimbursements. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, there's something to be said there that, I had to travel to Moscow a number of times. I covered all my own costs. I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money. And the only reason I bring that up is always I hear a lot of things that, I was in this for the money. I've never been paid a dime on this. I refuse to be paid by the defense on this case. And that's not uncommon. Some people might be saying, well, why would he do that? the overwhelming majority of cases that I've taken on, I haven't been paid on. I would say probably close to 60 to 70% of my expert testimony in court is not paid testimony necessarily. So it's actually very common because I have students or other law enforcement officers who've been through my courses who are seeking guidance and assistance for one of their cases. And typically I do not charge for that assistance.
So when you reviewed the paperwork, Slavinsky called and said, hey, can you look at this? I think you met with Ann. Was there anything in your gut that was telling you not to take the case or the other way, vice versa?
I would be lying if I didn't say there was a moral dilemma. I've always been a prosecution witness, and that is mainly because I've always been part of the investigative effort to bring forth charges, not necessarily defend a case. So it wasn't necessarily by design or choice. It was more by that's just the role that I played in the past. Initially, like I said, I didn't feel like I would have a very big role in the case. I would have just some minor, edits and be out of it. When I saw the scope, and probably a better word is the magnitude of what was happening in this case, yes, I did feel a moral obligation. I've spent the better part of my career, and I can easily say the last 15 years, really trying to establish geolocation as a scientifically sound and reliable methodology that can be used in court. We have solved an incredible, and I say we, I'm talking, the law enforcement community in general, has solved a lot of really heinous, critical crimes using geolocation information. So it's important that we show that it's reliable. It can be upheld. In this case, it was very quick summary that I realized I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means. And therefore, yeah, there was a moral obligation of a standard that I felt that I had taught and put out there for law enforcement and spent a lot of time in court showing the scientific, reliability of it was being challenged or was at stake. And that's a ripple effect that, impacts the entire criminal justice system, not just a case in Idaho. And that was the moral obligation, if you will.
Ron, you had a question?
Yeah, you got kind of two levels of the participation in the investigation here. You've got what was done by the local law enforcement, and then you've got what was done by the FBI. What was it that drew you in that led you to say this is bigger? I need to be part of this. This is a bigger issue or bigger problem than I initially thought.
Boy, that's a loaded question. The entire investigation. You'll have to interrupt me a handful of times today to make sure that I'm defining for your audience certain terms that I'm using. I consider this case was ethically corrupt. And what I mean by that is the entire investigation. So where I understand your question of, hey, was it more on the state side or was it more on the federal side where you're seeing the errors? The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight. It was the entire case. A couple bad decisions that were made on the federal level infected the entire investigation. So I don't know that I can separate those two, and I know there's a lot of discussion about, is there a bad actor? Is this intentional or is it accidental? And I want to be really, really clear with something because I think a lot of people love to put things in my mouth or assume what I'm trying to say with certain things. I do not believe that there's anybody at Moscow Police Department that intentionally misled or misrepresented a case. I think they all were out there doing the best of their ability. Now, if somebody wants to say, well, their abilities kind of suck, there's arguments there that I can't engage in because, yeah, things could have been done better. But I don't think there's intention. And it's very limited. So when I say at the federal level, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying the federal involvement across the board, but at the federal level, there's a handful of decisions that were made by a small group of people that are terrible decisions. And they were intentional decisions. They knew what was at stake. They knew what was being risked. So, I think that's different than what I'm seeing with local law enforcement, if that answers your question. The other concern that I had very quickly was, a lot of times when we get involved with a case like this, the prosecution can typically be just as surprised as anybody else by some of the actions or activities that took place in an investigation. And typically prosecutors are having to deal with and try to figure out how to explain certain things that happened within the investigation. This is a case where that is not the case. The prosecution team was incredibly involved and co-situated with the investigation pretty much throughout the investigation. So there wasn't this opportunity, if you will, where we have law enforcement acting in a bubble and then delivering this package to the prosecution team who now is trying to solve how do we take this thing to court. These decisions are mutual. They were done in a group setting. And my personal opinion is they were really bad decisions. And some of them were made intentionally.
So we're going to go through this. We're going to go through each area line by line. But I know when I was looking at your sworn affidavit, and I want to actually read your words.
All right, this is not our first time reviewing these chickadees and their little sidekick baldy over here. We tried to ignore them, but they're a little hard to sometimes. So I may have to have us think of to say or something. But we're here to hear Cy out. We trying to ignore the girls because they don't know nothing. They know nothing, and we know that already. They're not informed at all, and they're not going to like Cy too much longer. It's coming. Wait for it. They're going to be so disappointed soon. It's beautiful.
But your comment or what you put in the affidavit was so incredibly powerful. You said such a deliberate attempt to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. I mean, those are extraordinary words. Can you tell us a little bit what led to you making that statement in your affidavit?
Yeah, they do reaction videos. They can't get off this case. It ain't going nowhere today.
Yeah, and this is probably a really good time to start clarifying a lot of information that's out there that there's a lot of assumptions surrounding. So that piece that you're reading right there is specific to the timing data in this particular investigation. And timing, when we talk about timing and now the timing data, timing is everything.
I guess this wasn't enough.
My report is now public, so I can discuss some of the things that are in my report. And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit and prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion, there was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T timing data in 2022. Therefore, there is no timing data to turn over. Anybody who reads my police report will see that not only did AT&T produce timing data in 2022, law enforcement, with the assistance of prosecutors, had already obtained AT&T timing data in 2022. Two of the victims had AT&T. One of the early investigative leads had AT&T. They received AT&T timing data on all three of those phones. They also did what's called an AT&T timing dump, where they received just a general area, all of the AT&T devices in that area, and that was done in timing as well. So when the prosecution team wrote a motion and filed it with the court that AT&T did not provide timing data in 2022, they were literally sitting on AT&T timing data of over 3,500 devices in discovery. There is a complete disconnect from the prosecution understanding their own evidence is what that showed me. I just have never seen that far of a deviation. And, there's a couple things that are really important. I'm sure some people are wondering, well, why is the prosecution so involved with this? In the state of Idaho, the type of search warrants that they were seeking at times actually require a prosecutor to sign off on. So it wasn't that the prosecution team was overextending their role into the investigation. There's actually a legal requirement that law enforcement writes and drafts the search warrant for these records, prosecutor reviews it, signs off on it, and then it goes to a judge. So the same prosecutor who signed off on the search warrants to obtain timing data, who signed off on the search warrants requesting Brian Koberger's timing data, same prosecutor who had received emails stating the FBI has clearly said timing data exists, is the same prosecutor who wrote a motion a couple years later that timing data doesn't exist. And I've never seen that far of a deviation in roles, if you will.
And that prosecutor would be Jennings?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why when you say there's clear and convincing evidence that not only the FBI was able to obtain the AT&T advanced records in 2022, they did so with knowledge of the prosecutors in this case, that's what you're referencing. So when they're saying they weren't able to get it by that time, they were.
Yeah, it's in evidence. To this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist.
Was there ever an explanation given for the disparity in what was said?
Yeah, and timing's real important here. The initial motion is filed that this doesn't exist, and there will be testimony from the FBI and or AT&T to confirm it. I wrote my affidavit. I actually got my affidavit signed off and got everything done. Remember, I'm in Arizona, so I have to send it to Idaho. About that time, the state drops a second motion clarifying, oh, wait, we just discovered timing data does exist. So what I wrote in my initial affidavit is true. It does exist. However, AT&T is now saying it only goes for 7 days, and therefore it's not relevant. And I would still argue it's incredibly relevant. It's ground truth for what a device is doing that we are applying a pattern of life analysis to. Anybody in this field would tell you undoubtedly you want all the data. But there's something interesting with AT&T that never came out because it was never allowed in testimony, and that is sometimes AT&T, for a number of different reasons, must retain data longer than the 7-day limit. There's times when AT&T will tell you, hey, we keep this for 7 days, or we keep this for a year, we keep this for 7 years. But there's a number of things that happen at AT&T with different projects and different legal reasons that they are required to retain data longer. So if you don't ask, you don't know. And what's important is that both search warrants for Brian Koberger's phone clearly articulated they were requesting timing data. There's a fact sheet that's...
Yeah, we're not here to learn from these girls, Dolphin, at all. We know we're not. We knew that ahead of our review, because this is not the first time we've reviewed these chickadees. Like I said, we know they know nothing, and we know that, like I said, they came into the case. They tell you the story. If you go back to their catalog, you'll see it. They came into the case when documents were released with Dylan Mortenson's text messages, and one of these chickadees saw a friend's YouTube about it, called up the other one and said, what do we have here? And here we are today with the custody queens. They was really wanting that hair to be Dylan's.
Required to go to AT&T, and in the bottom of that fact sheet there's a comment section, and somebody typed in that comment section, please send us the last 7 days of timing data. So the idea that, well, it doesn't exist, we didn't ask for it, there's a clear paper trail that it was asked for repeatedly. And then when you look at, warrant returns are a thing. When you serve a search warrant, it's just not the end of the search warrant. You have to go back to the judge and say, hey, Your Honor, here's what we received. Here's the inventory that was produced as a result of that search warrant. And in that return, it actually states everything they asked for was received. So, as an investigator on a high profile case of this nature, if I had purposely, intentfully requested timing data on 2 different search warrants, sent a cover sheet within an email stating, give me the timing data, and it was never produced, I would make sure to note that in either my report or the return, that items that I am specifically requesting were not produced. And that would prevent, any argument now, but that wasn't done. So that's the timing issue.
Okay. And then another statement in your affidavit, just to clarify, you said, I've worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T GLDC is one way, but not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Is that, what does that mean?
In short, to just make this really simple, and I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole because we can talk all day about how this happens. There are multiple entities within AT&T that produce records for different reasons. And I'm no way insinuating that it's not legal, that it's not compliant, and that it's not proper. With the proper legal authority, there's different methodologies to which you can obtain this data. GLDC is one. But that is.
Rachel, I think if people would have reached out to Cyrey, he probably would have given them the interview like Jesse Weber. These girls reached out to him. That's how they got the interview, just like Brent Turvey. He didn't seek them out. They sought him out, right? And I was here, whatever, get him out here. Let him talk.
What it is. The important thing here is GLDC was also the receiver, if you will, of the other 3 search warrants that did produce AT&T timing data.
Okay, and then just to clarify.
Oh, not the Faraday bags. We like the Faraday bags. We all highly suspected was a Faraday bag in use in this case back in the early days.
The timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement from GLDC until June 15th of 2023. So in 2022, they would have had to obtain it from a different source.
That is correct, within AT&T.
And you referenced Boyd Jackson in your affidavit. Anything that you can elaborate on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with. The point there is, I was hoping that somebody at AT&T would realize, hey, this affidavit or this initial motion is so far out of left field, it'll never stand on its own. And it's important, I believe, when an expert like myself is writing.
Did they have the FBI come in with their private partnership with the private sector, serving lawful warrants? Kash Patel told me all about it. So did Maureen O'Connell.
An affidavit and saying, hey, here's what's really happening here. There are times that it's important to provide names, right? If I'm going to say this exists, and I can back it up with saying, not only does this exist, but if you contact this person, they will confirm that this exists. That's the purpose of that. So, and to me, this isn't a mystery. This isn't some weird thing. It's very consistently seen. There's a number of criminal investigations that have dealt with AT&T data before 2023. Those of us that have worked in this field for a period of time are very well aware.
It's a high probability he had a Faraday bag with maybe a burner phone inside.
Of AT&T timing data. Like I said before, we had mapped 2 billion phone records. At one point, I had actually programmed the ability to take AT&T timing data and map it prior to 2023. And how could I do that if the record didn't exist?
Well, the judge.
Okay, and then
judge said you were a conspiracy theorist because of that right there. Conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, and all. Judge Hippler said, facepalm this shit. Get out of here, conspiracy theorist.
If the timing advance data that was received on over 3,800 mobile devices, is it at all believable that there is no timing advance data on Brian's device?
Celebrite versus Cast, Firefly. Will there be discrepancies? Right? Probably. But how big are the discrepancies, right? Yes, you're accurate from what I can recall.
I can't say it's not believable. It's incomprehensible to me that they wouldn't have got it, because there's other things that are happening at this time too. So I should probably clarify. Around the time the second search warrant was issued, the 6 months, but then it was also what we call a pin register trap and trace. So it was going forward as well. So not only was it getting 6 months of history, it was getting real-time information going forward. And that's the type of warrant that a prosecutor has to sign off on. I've been involved in thousands of cases where a phone is being tracked in real time, and elements and resources are being used to find and keep eyes.
They got that. I'm going to watch that tonight. Know Thyself. That's my plan anyway. Celebrite said it was at full charge, according to the Netflix documentary interview.
on that
And that is available now on Netflix, guys. What Dolphin said, what, three parts?
phone. Anybody in this industry who tells you timing advanced data is available, but they do not want it or they would not seek it out for that type of an operation is out of tune to what they're doing with this type of information. It is a common law enforcement practice that I would say arguably the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in the United States use, to include the FBI. So
I would love to get Heather Bernhardt and Cyree together, right? Like, give us the goods. What do y'all got? Compare notes.
the idea that a live tracking mission is occurring and we're not using the resources that we're asking for and requesting from the carrier without making an issue that we're not receiving that is very abnormal.
So you would agree it's either a gross deviation from standard practice or potentially withheld information that wasn't provided to the defense?
I think that is a very fair statement. And could it be one or two or both? Absolutely. But it is outside the normal operating.
Do you think in your expert opinion that any information was intentionally concealed from the defense?
Whew. Yes. And I think my report makes that really clear.
There we go again with our heads a bobbing in the laughter.
Highlighted quotes from you, Sai.
It's a good read, Sai.
Very good read. Very good report.
I think I've been very outspoken that there is no doubt information was omitted and very critical information. And, you know, I wanted to probably say this before, but now is as good as time as any. I think to have a real conversation, and this is both with all four of you, or all three of you rather, and your audience, there's a handful of things as a group I think we all have to agree on to even have a real conversation about this case. And the first thing is, anybody who says, I will never believe that Bryan Kohberger could have committed this crime, that's great. That's your opinion. I respect your opinion. But we can't have a conversation if that's where you're starting this thing. You know, if
we can't have a conversation if that's where you're starting. They're like, oh, yeah? What's Cyree? Look, Ron's all like, what did he just say? Oh, Kristen's like, oh, my goodness. Sam's like, oh, okay. Turvey called y'all fangirls and said you do disgusting things to Dylan Mortensen Discovery. His words, not mine.
You're never going to believe that. What are we even doing? You have your opinion, I have mine. We'll go separate ways. So number one, we have to.
Well, I guess it's just an opinion. It's just an opinion, Sai. Internet told us, but it's an opinion.
We all have to agree it is plausible, it is possible. The second thing is we all have to understand this investigation could be so faulty, could have so many issues in it that it could actually not support a conviction if it ever went to trial. Like, we have to understand that is a reality of this case.
I hear you, Cyree. Reminiscence of Casey Anthony. Reminiscent of Casey Anthony. Would Kohberger have been convicted in the end? Maybe, maybe not. America's a finicky little bunch. If you don't ask me, look at some of the chats y'all see that y'all go to.
And
got your noties on for those weird chats?
Third and the most important thing is we have to all agree that both of these things can exist. It's not one or the other. You know, and I'm not talking about innocence and guilt in trial. I'm saying it is very plausible that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime, and it is also very plausible that this investigation has so many errors in it.
That look, Kristen's like, it's plausible? I'm not so sure about that, Sai. Ron's looking a little baffled.
That it is potentially corrupted from ever actually showing justice through a trial proceeding or through a jury.
But there would be concern to sort of avoid the legal procedure that would be required that all of us hold near and dear to make sure that our liberty is where it needs to be and we have all of our constitutional rights to.
Rewind what, Dolphin? Is it sped up too fast now? We need to slow him down so we can pay attention. I don't know what part you want rewound now, though. I'm sorry, I wasn't sole focus. I was... Okay. And I don't want to back it up too damn far, so I don't know what part you were asking about. What time does the trial start in the morning? 8 a.m., but we started here at 9 a.m.
The fair trial, it would be fair to say that that's a paramount concern for anyone in the judicial system.
Yeah, and Sam, I think you just hit something that is probably really important for your audience to understand. I'm going to look at this at two different things, and it's really important that we separate for just a second, and I will put it back together in a second, but let's separate this for a minute. If we don't look at the legal precedents and the legal requirements of how evidence is obtained, analyzed, used, demonstrated, visualized, all those good things. Let's just say we're just simply looking at evidence that exists today. 10 out of 10 courts in the United States convict Bryan Kohberger. There is overwhelming evidence that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And
Overwhelming evidence that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime.
anybody who's telling you something different is either cherry picking certain things, or creating conspiracies that don't exist, or they haven't seen all the evidence, which is most likely the thing here.
They're like, oh boy, how are we going to do this?
Now, when we add the legal issues of how you can obtain that evidence, the proper way to analyze that evidence, the proper interpretation of that evidence, now we get to kind of a 50-50 thing. I think there's probably 50% of the courts throughout the United States that would have suppressed a lot of evidence in this case.
I can't argue with that. Honestly, if I'm being fair and looking at the law and the legalities and how we should conduct ourselves going forward in the American criminal justice system so we don't get overturned convictions by bad people. I'm here for it.
Enough so that a conviction may never be obtained. And, if anybody doubts me or they're like, that Cy Ray guy, he's crazy, he's a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is simply Google Jeffrey Nye, Fox News. And
Oh, we did, sir. And we have that article. Don't you worry, Cy. I paid attention because I could get past these freaks on the screen with you. Duly noted, Cy Ray. We have the article.
Jeffrey Nye is one of the AG, the attorney generals in Idaho, who did all of the oral arguments in court as it relates to the DNA evidence in this case. And if you listen to that interview,
Cy said, do your homework. I said, yes, sir.
He'll tell you firsthand, everything was at stake on the DNA. If they lost the DNA, everything that comes behind it would have been gone. And
oh, you don't say. That little investigative tool that the FBI uses that we're not supposed to know about, that tool in the first open investigation and not a cold case, and did not succeed.
He'll tell you that's a lot of evidence. That's all the cell phone records. It's all the Celebrite extracts. It's everything. And then he'll go on to tell you that they didn't even argue for some other exception to that rule, to the fruit of the poisonous tree, if you will, because it didn't exist. Mm-hmm. So, you have a major player on the prosecution side who's telling you, when we went into court to argue that we felt the IGG would be upheld, the legal process in which we got it, we knew we were risking everything. And,
you don't say.
I think that's really important for people to understand, because I don't believe the IGG was done properly. I think that we have a lot of issues.
Oh, it wasn't. It was backdoor. It was obtained illegally. The labs that do IGG can't access what the FBI did. It's no secret.
I think technology has outpaced our ability to understand what's happening with evidence today. And the courts will catch up, but it'll probably take 10 or 15 years. But yeah, it's going to be real interesting how that works out.
And just to clarify real quick, when you said we were risking everything, you're talking about the prosecution when they were risking everything, right? You're not talking about you being part of that.
There was a decision made fairly early in this investigation to proceed with IGG. And then that decision was further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice.
The protocols they're supposed to follow that they say we don't have to follow, but it is in place. It is a DOJ policy. We have reviewed it here in the past. FBI said out loud, I heard it with my own ears, it's a policy we don't always follow.
And
it's just we don't got to follow our policies. We just have them in place.
That was not an accidental decision. It was an intentional decision that investigators at the time who made that decision felt that it was okay to step outside of policy because of the nature of this crime.
Exactly. And that's all it was. And I don't know why the FBI is so determined to keep it in the background when we know they're using it in the Nancy Guthrie case, or they're trying to. Hell, they done did. They found a glove 2 miles away. There's a restaurant workers. How do you know that? Did they all come volunteer their DNA to get a match? No, I think not.
And the way that they did it is, in my opinion, very problematic when we start looking at legal rights to how we manage this type of data. And I want to go on the record very clearly here. I think IgG is a very powerful tool that law enforcement should absolutely have the ability to use.
I agree. I agree. And oh my goodness, I gotta watch that shit show later because that might be comical as all get out. I agree, which is all the more reason the FBI needs to get it together and say this is no longer a tool in secret. We're coming for your asses. Leave your DNA and we're coming. But then again, when they do that, attorneys like Ann Taylor will have every opportunity to take them down and get everything thrown out of court. So we'll see how it plays out in the future. 10 to 15 years, dude, really? We got to wait that long for that shit to catch up?
But I also feel that we have to properly use it. There has to be a legal process. That legal process has to be transparent, and we have to have the public's trust that we're doing it properly. And when we make decisions to go intentionally go outside of policy, conceal, hide, and omit the process that we did, I think that cuts to the rule of law completely, and everything that you guys probably see on a daily basis that you fight for, right? We have rules for a reason, and when we start to violate that, that's that slippery slope where we start losing other tools and the process itself becomes corrupt.
It seems to me that the use.
He said they had enough evidence now because once they learned who Koberger was through IgG, they were able to obtain warrants for his phone data. Without the IgG, they would have never been able to obtain the first warrant. Only they didn't know who the hell he was. So they agreed, the defense and the prosecution decided, well, we'll go to court and say it was a tip, but they were never going to stand in open court before a jury and say IgG got us here. The judge locked himself in the chambers for 3 days with another assistant to go pour through all that IgG material. So it was a huge deal in this case. But it was just a tool. We're not going to say it was IgG. Why not, FBI? Why can't we go in the court and say that? It's how it was obtained. How did you get back to my client? How did you get to my client? It wasn't with your grainy footage of that white car. We know that for a fact.
Of the IgG was more a violation of the public's privacy.
Oh, know thyself, I've got the docket pinned to my computer. I've read every document ever put out in this case. I know what he said, and I saw him say it in court and on interviews since then. But IgG was going to be said it was a tip.
Rights are rights than necessarily of Brian's, because it was searching.
Not a tip from WSU. Wouldn't that have been so simple? We received a tip from WSU law enforcement. They had discovered that white Elantra we were looking for, and it was right next door at WSU. We started doing an investigation and obtained warrants and all the things. Followed him for some little DNA samples off the ground. That didn't happen though, did it? I guess because WSU didn't tell him about that car after all.
Public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
I don't want to speak on what the prosecution felt or didn't feel. I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion of looking at the laws, understanding how IgG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Brian Koberger without the IgG.
How?
That was already in motion when the FBI identified Brian Koberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors. Because of the IgG results, Brian Koberger was a known investigative lead.
So how do we reckon they knew that? Maybe a WSU came later and said, wait a minute, we did have some cops that found a car. Maybe it is that guy. So I wondered a long time ago, because it felt like reading through the documents, old documents, and I think I've discussed this with Firefly, Dolphin, maybe both of y'all at the same time or independently. It almost felt like at one point they were looking at him, but it didn't make any sense. Which came first, the IgG or a tip on Brian Koberger? Where what led you to Brian Koberger if it wasn't IgG? Because it wasn't the grainy car footage. We know that for a fact. So I would love to know what was it something from WSU? Was it maybe a private tipster from WSU that was being ignored by their campus and all their reports?
They had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken is that match.
Well, but they didn't. Wait, exactly. But who do they know to go look at? They was trying to get cigarette butts off random Joes or random guys down there in Idaho. They're following everybody around in Idaho trying to get DNA and stuff. And I don't know. I didn't see anything that I've seen so far where they were investigating Brian Koberger, except that one document that said, turn off all the radios. If you see this car, tell me on the back channel. I was like, what in the world are we doing there? But I was told I was wrong about that. But that's what it said.
Right. So number one, I don't feel like IgG should have ever been done in this case. IgG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5.
It certainly does, sir. It certainly does.
Before an agency takes on IgG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Brian Koberger's name was in a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IgG results were done.
Really? So did one of those brothers that popped up on that tree that Othram did? We heard one didn't want to talk. Did the other say, well, here's other people in my family? What's going on here? What in the world is happening?
So I want to start this conversation with IgG wasn't required. That's not the only way to get to Brian Koberger in this case. And I think that's really important for the people to say, I'll never believe Brian Koberger did this case. He was already on the radar. And I think they would have got to him. And man, if they would have got to him that way, this entire case changes. I think
it really does. So I would love to know what the hell you're talking about. Huh. Damn it, man.
It's much cleaner. But the decision was made to go down IgG. The problem is when the IgG did not produce the initial results that
they couldn't have had much on Koberger if they needed to go IgG. What are we doing?
They were hoping for. There was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And
things that happened with that sample? What in the world are we... There's an overwhelming evidence that Koberger did it. Something's wrong with his sample, IgG, blah, blah, blah. They would have got to him anyway. He was on the radar. Jesus Christ, this case gives you a fucking headache.
In my opinion, this is where law enforcement needs to be held accountable. And I'm saying that as a law enforcement officer for 20 years and someone who's helped law enforcement for the last 15 years and currently today is still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem.
Amen.
And, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And in this case, they knew that they couldn't. So they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy. You can't do that. And they did it anyway. The more important thing, and I think I'll push back just a little bit, Ron, is the public's privacy rights compared to Brian Koberger's. And I think this is a really important thing. When I say technology has outpaced our understanding of it within the rule of law, this is exactly one of the things that I'm discussing. When, let's say that we get your DNA or your DNA profile, and from your DNA profile, they get this SNP. It's an SMP profile. And then I take this SMP profile and I go out and I search for, relatives. There's a component here that is completely missed in this case. When I go search for SMP profiles, and Ron, for a second, I'm going to make you Uncle Ron. Okay, so we are now...
We don't need Uncle Ron. Can we not do that?
Related. You have my DNA, and I left it at a crime scene, and I do not have an expectation of privacy to that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed. But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this S&P profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. So the idea that Brian Kohberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA. They had Brian Kohberger. And where I think people miss the connection here is that we share DNA. So the question doesn't become, is Ron's public expectations, of privacy violated here, are mine? Because the DNA that you and I share, should I have an expectation of privacy to our common DNA? We
Boom, boom, boom. Where's them big profile attorneys at today? Who's gonna take on the IGG of it all? Alan Jackson?
both share it. And if you look at any cases in the United States of standing, and when two people occupy the same space, the law is pretty clear on if search warrants should be used. And Ron, can you consent to searches for me? And
Othram don't care. They're building that DNA data bank one swab at a time with Trisha's help getting to the tooth of it all.
The law is already really stated on those things. So, at the very least, I think that this is why search warrants are required. This is why they should have gone with a search warrant. And I think it was a critical error that they didn't.
So I definitely want to, a little later in this interview, get through why specifically you believe that Brian Kohberger is guilty. But I do want to backtrack a little bit to the specific scope of your representation within this case. I watched your testimony May 30th of 2024, and I wanted to.
It's like, I did my homework, Si. My friends told me you did this and that, and I went and looked it up myself and found it, and they probably linked her. Watch this, girl, watch this.
To kind of talk you through that or ask you some questions about that, because I know part of your testimony talked about the 2 search warrants that happened on.
It's okay, know thyself. We don't really care for any of them. We're just trying to listen to the interview with a little snark thrown into them every now and then. But hey, it's no, I'm not being a bully or a mean girl or nothing. Just, it is what it is.
December 23rd of 2022.
Sure.
So with respect to the first search warrant, is it unusual for law enforcement to issue a search warrant, have enough time to analyze that search warrant, and then issue that second search warrant in the same day?
All right. So it depends on the situation. If this is a life or death circumstance where I can articulate if the delay in my action could potentially cause a death or severe injury, I would expect to see turnarounds like we see in this case. And I don't think there would be anything wrong with that, and it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls, potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything, this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And, your question hits the main problem that I see with this case is in rushing. Why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those 2 search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
If you were testifying as an expert, and this case actually went to trial, and you were going through those search warrants, could you prove that much of those allegations in the search warrants were actually false?
Absolutely. I feel very, very comfortable that in the event the defense or a defense team wanted to suppress the cell phone records, they would be successful in doing so. Trying to show that these search warrants would not stand up, or if the judge had the new information that we now know is true, it would have changed his or her opinion. It would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants helped the defense team more than they hurt them, because it showed the investigative process by the investigators and the errors that were being made. So suppressing them could potentially hurt their defense. It is my opinion that the search warrants actually probably helped Brian Koberger's case more than hurt it.
On the grounds of trying to get the stuff thrown out because of bad business, but it didn't work that way. So I get that, though.
Except insofar as they used that information to craft the PCA.
Yeah, it gets to the point, and I'm not going to say one way or the other, because I think it depends on a lot of speculation. But there's no doubt there are things in that search warrant that are incoherent, that there's no backing for. There's a map that just simply does not jive with the evidence in more than one way. There's statements that we know are absolutely wrong. There's a very clear statement about a white vehicle traveling south to Highway 270, which connects Pullman and Moscow, and that's where he's going, and here's where he turns the phone off. And when you look at the video, the car's actually going 180 degrees the opposite direction. And, these aren't little things that, it's somebody's opinion. When you read the search warrant and you actually look at the evidence, there is critical errors in those search warrants. And Sam, I think a follow-on to that is they never corrected them. When they did discover that they were off, they just simply changed the direction of travel. They never went back to that first search warrant and told the judge, hey, Your Honor, we made a mistake here. We want to reissue the search warrant. We want to do a timeout, start over. Here's where we made the mistake. Here's our correction. Do we still have probable cause to continue? And that's concerning.
Do you believe in the normal scope of business that they should have made it more public with respect to that they put wrong information in the search warrant, fixed it, and tried to hide it with an asterisk? Do you think that should have been handled differently?
Well, I don't just think, law requires it. This isn't, hey, Cy says so. It's I think a very clear thing that as an investigator, if I present a search warrant to a judge and I later find out that information in that search warrant is inaccurate, I would say you absolutely are obligated to go back and correct that, write a report that explains it. Yeah, there's a repair process that has to happen. But there's a more important piece here, Kristen, that I think we have to make sure everybody's got their head wrapped around. We're talking about third-party data at this point. We're not talking a physical arrest. We're not talking the physical seizure of evidence. We're talking about third-party data. And why that's important is, let's say on a Monday, I write a search warrant to AT&T and I get phone records on Monday. And I start analyzing them. I start building my case. And by Friday, I realize, I screwed that search warrant up. There is nothing that stops me from rewriting that entire search warrant Friday, going to the judge saying, hey, here's where I screwed up. Here's the new search warrant. Will you issue it? And if the judge issues it, I reserve it to AT&T, get the new set of phone records, and I can pick up right where I left off. They hadn't used the information from those phone records. The tree, you hear about the fruit of the poisonous tree, it hadn't proceeded yet, right? We hadn't gone through a threshold of a home. We hadn't made an arrest. We haven't seized a physical piece of evidence. We're still investigating. So not only were they obligated to, it wouldn't have hurt anything. It only would have improved the standing of the case if they did.
Y'all still with me, chat? Everybody wanted to watch the interview? Still with me? Are we done with it?
Can we talk a little bit about that 247 time frame that was placed in the PCA? Because it sounds like that was wrong, that everyone knew it was wrong, that it's really 254, and that suspect vehicle 1 could not be suspect vehicle 1.
And yes, and when you say everybody's seen, there was finally a correction in June, July-ish of 2024, where it was admitted that was wrong. But, it's almost a year and a half later. There's no doubt.
That's inside. Do you recall what document that correction was made in?
It is a report from the FBI, and I do not know if that has been released yet or not. But it was admitted. And the only reason I'm saying this is that there is no doubt about this. There is no argument anymore. That's been put to bed. Everybody agrees this phone was powered off at 254:45, not 247. And that dramatically changes the entire narrative. If that phone stays on until 254:45, which it did, and it stays connected to AT&T's network, which it did, and we look at the connections during that 7 minutes and I think it's 45 seconds, the entire narrative changes. That vehicle is never on Highway 270. It's never eastbound on Highway 270. Everybody wants to talk about Floyd's and fog lights and all this other stuff. It's a silly conversation because there's no reason to talk about a white car eastbound on Highway 270 because there's no evidence of Brian Koberger traveling on Highway 270 during that time.
So what time did he leave his house? And he went the long way to Moscow? Because timing and all. What do y'all think? Rachel, you clean your kitchen? I'm getting hungry, Rachel. I got to go make me a snack. I thought people wanted to watch this video or watch this interview.
The narrative says. And I'm not saying he didn't travel east. I'm just saying there's no evidence that he ever traveled on Highway 270, and you're going to have a really hard time convincing you that because the physical evidence shows the absolute contrary of that statement.
What is
And
it
so that
Wait, what does it show then? Which way did he go? I have to know. I got to make it all make sense.
254-45 is both verified by the AT&T records and the Celebrite forensic extraction. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a real troubling thing, Sam, because one of the things we like to look for as investigators in a case is co-corroboration of evidence. If I have two different types of evidence that are saying the same thing, that's really important that I make the jury understand that. So very frequently when we're looking at a set of phone records from AT&T and the phone disconnects from the network at 254.45, and then I go look at the operating system logs from that phone, and it says 254.45, I have two independent sources saying the same thing. And, for me to say that that is a standard practice in investigations, I can't overstate that. So the fact that there's everything in the search warrants are relying on this 247 timeframe in order for the narrative to fit, yet we know the physical evidence shows 254.45 on the Celebrite, that's more than just inconvenient. That's a real conflict that someone needs to say, yeah, it never occurred to me that maybe we should look at both pieces of evidence together.
What evidence did you guys see? Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of this. What evidence did you have that proved that it was 254?
Well, we have the actual time stamp on AT&T's records, and we have the actual time stamp in Celebrite's report. Like Celebrite will show an on and off log. AT&T will actually show when the phone, and I explained this in
You're comparing the Celebrite report with what's going on there? Could we get that, please? Could we compare?
my report that's been released as well. So it's public information that's out there. And I want to make it clear, I'm not saying somewhere around 254 we think it turned off. It's 254.45. Like I can tell you the second that phone was powered down because it's recorded on logs that are separate logs kept by two completely different entities, if you will, and they perfectly match. So why would we believe it wasn't 254.45?
And so that was a power off. That wasn't a lost connection or something else. The phone was actually powered down at that point, is what the evidence is showing.
When we look at just the AT&T records, we wouldn't be able to say that. We just can say that it disconnected from the network at 254.45, and there's a number of reasons that could have happened. When we look at the Celebrite, it does show a powering event, so the phone was physically
coming in hot, know thyself with the sunny side of it all. I may have to agree with you. Sand Road looking pretty hot to us, isn't it, y'all? You're tuned in, know thyself.
Shut down. Now, whether that was, I don't know how much of that has come out, and I'm not an expert in Celebrite, so I'm not going to go any further than that, but other than it appears that it's a powering event in the Celebrite report.
Did Ann Taylor, did she agree that was the time, the 254.45? Did she agree? Was she of that opinion as well, based on the information?
I don't believe that anybody in this investigation, prosecution or defense, doubts that today.
They're stumped. Oh boy.
You mentioned
Ron?
before.
What does he mention, Ron? Y'all didn't know what to say, did y'all? Lost your words, did you?
That there were some specific, errors or omissions that the FBI made that kind of snowballed or kind of led to the issues. What specific decisions or errors were those? Do you recall, or do you know?
Yeah, I think I made it really clear in my report, but we'll kind of condense that down into a very quick summary. AT&T records are very unique. AT&T shows us handoffs. So if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and let's say I'm on my cell phone, even though I'm stationary in one place, my phone is handing off between cell sites. If I'm driving, it's handing off along cell sites when I go. Some of the providers don't provide a very granular view of that, but AT&T is different in that it shows all of those connections, and it shows what's called time on tower. So I know how long each one of these connections lasted. The other thing that AT&T's network does very, very well is it maintains a data connection with the phone. So if you think about all the things you have loaded on your phone with the different apps and things running in the background and all the stuff that our phones do, they're constantly seeking this data connection. So, for example, in this case, from 2 a.m. to 2:54:45, Brian Koberger's phone is connected to the AT&T network. Every second of that time, we can account for which cell site, which sector it is using to maintain that connection. So the idea that, we map 2 or 3 or maybe 4 cell sites and we say, oh, look, he's south or he's eastbound. When we eliminate 94, 95, maybe 97% of those other connections that tell a very different story, it's hard to say that that isn't a
Sorry, I had to step away for a second, guys, to help my grandbaby out for a second, but I'm here.
cherry picking or a intentional omission of data that tells a different story. I've been teaching this subject matter now for almost 20 years. You map all the data. You always map all the data. There's never a reason in any forensic discipline that I get a terabyte of data and I decide to analyze megabytes of it, right? We get big data sets for a reason. So any argument that anybody makes that, well, there's just no reason to look at those handoffs, that's absurd. Like, of course you're going to map that. And when you map that, it tells a very different story.
And is that, when you looked at the CAS draft, is that where you were referencing that they're really only mapping like 18% of the connections between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. the day of the crime?
Correct. We can see all of the connections in the phone records. So it's not hard to look at a report and see, okay, they mapped 5 connections during this time period, but the report shows 15 or whatever it could be. And I think it was more like 92% of the data that wasn't mapped. And the issue, there's other reports that weren't mapped as well. And that's in my report as well. It's not just necessarily the handoff data. There's other really accurate data at this time frame that tells a very convincing story. When you map everything, it changes the narrative of this case.
What would be the rationale for only mapping a small portion of the connections during that time period for the state? What's the rationale of that? Is it just sloppy or intentional?
It's tough for me to say, because you're asking me to kind of get into what somebody's mindset at the time was. When the initial omissions were made, I can't tell you if it was just pure sloppiness or it was intentional. 18 months later, when it's still not being corrected, it's intentional. So, I don't want to come out and say, oh, this was intentional, it was manipulated.
I agree, know thyself.
Manipulated from the beginning, because none of us can say that. What we can say is that it should have been done in the beginning, when it was made clear that it was missing and that it needed to be done. If you watched my testimony, you probably saw the very last thing that I said is, I reserve my right to change my opinion when all of the data was mapped. And that wasn't, some happenstance statement that I made as a parting shot on the stand. If nothing else, it was kind of like, hey, there's more data out there and this story could change when that's mapped.
Yeah, it was loud and clear.
Okay. And then, so like in your report, when you're writing the conclusions and you say that it's justified to believe.
I have to wonder though, when he started digging in and mapping things, what was that conversation like with Ann Taylor, y'all? What do y'all think Cyray's in conversations with Ann Taylor were like about this data he was reviewing? It wasn't going to fit her narrative, was it? Or help her guy out. Now, the state not doing it right may have helped her out if she could have got that thrown out. But I wonder what those conversations were like when she had to sit down with him and he had to say, well, ma'am. Well, ma'am.
Critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by the investigators. What did you mean by that?
At the time that I was writing my report, it was clear that there was issues in this investigation with the timeline. And of a case of this magnitude, I would absolutely expect a third, fourth peer review being taken place at the very least, if not a complete deep dive by somebody else into this. And there's just no efforts. To this day, I have never been provided the complete mapping data for the phones that are pertinent. I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm saying I've never received the entire map data from the state. And I think that's very telling, right? Why would you not do that?
Do you find that's intentional? That they're not turning it over or they're concealing it? Because if it's not normal, as an expert, do you find that intentional?
I would say that it's intentional, that there's definitely a decision being made not to do it. But I want to frame this correctly, where some people will probably immediately go, well, they're trying to hide it. The problem with this case is when you look at all the evidence, it changes and it doesn't get weaker. It gets really strong.
Wow.
So, I'm hesitant to say that it's intentional, because then you're going to have to convince me why law enforcement would intentionally not try to present the best evidence in this case.
Exactly. If it's all there the way Cy Ray is saying, what's going on there, Idaho? Again, we're going to look squarely at you, Bill Thompson, with information like this and wonder why you didn't do your due diligence. These girls are about to have meltdowns in a minute. They already are secretly inside. Ron's beside himself.
And I'm speaking firsthand about this, looking at the records. When you look at 6 months worth of data, which is how much data they obtained on Brian Koberger's phone, when you look at that 6 months worth of data and you map it, and you understand those daily patterns and that pattern of life, this case becomes incredibly strong against Brian Koberger. So, I think there's some sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably this thought that there would never be somebody within the defense team.
While he was sitting up there saying that, chat was not happy.
Capable of challenging the way that these reports came together and the narrative that was being presented. And to some extent, there was some truth to that.
Now,
Yeah.
there were
One of the worst investigations that you've ever seen in your career, correct?
On sloppy errors that were not, look, we all make mistakes. I guarantee you, I've had my fair share of mistakes on a crime scene. Any investigator who tells you they don't is just lying to you. So we've all made mistakes. So it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing that when you realize that mistake has been made, not making an attempt to clean it up, not trying to fix it, or doubling down and actually, sticking to that story despite overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in, that we can really start to see that there's an issue here.
I want to make sure I understand the different types of data and stuff that was received, because we've been talking about the cell tower connections. And I guess the benefit of that is a cell phone is always connected, as long as it's on, to a cell tower. And so you can have a pretty continuous picture of where it connected and where it was handed off. There's also, and you in your report, you talk about these historical precision location information reports, which I understand is proprietary with AT&T, but those are not always available. I guess the phone has to be doing something for it, but AT&T can actually give when it does ping, like as part of that. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It'll give you latitude and longitude within a certain number of meters. Is that information, the historical, the HPLI, was that used by the prosecution and law enforcement?
So specifically with AT&T, the report you're talking about in 2022, 2023 would be called Loc-de-Boer. And I know it's a weird name, but it's called Loc-de-Boer. The problem with Loc-de-Boer is sometimes it is incredibly inaccurate. In this case, there's an incident where we know the phone is in Seattle, yet it's pinging in New Orleans, right? So it can be incredibly state.
They knew the phone was in Seattle, but yet it's pinging in New Orleans. That's not cool at all.
Half the country wide off. But there are certain things that somebody can do with their phone that location accuracy increases. And there is evidence of that in this case that happened. And I wrote about this in my report. My concern is, to this day, I have never seen a report or any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations. More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Brian returned back to Pullman that morning. So when I said earlier, the search warrant showed this map in, allegedly the way that he went to Moscow and then the way he returned. When you map that location data, it changes the route back, and it changes it in a very significant way. It's also changing in a very telling way that would help investigators not only better understand that route, but it could potentially reveal where evidence may reside. And
certainly could. So they got even the way he went home, they got wrong. He's dipping off those little side roads, Rachel, that I was seeing on that map years ago. It's like, give me the maps, right? Where did this guy throw this knife out the window at? And I'm like, oh, Jesus, open fields forever. Where could he have done this at? And
more accurate timing of when, certain access roads were taken. So it was incredibly surprising to me that that data didn't appear to have been used in the investigation. And I've testified before on that data as an expert. I've been challenged on the scientific admissibility of that data. We've won all of those challenges. So the idea that, well, we just can't use it, that's silly. We requested a search warrant for a reason. We obtained it. We're going to analyze it. In this case, it wasn't done. So, again, sloppiness. But when you add that data to this case, it dramatically changes.
Considering that that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems.
You think Bill Thompson's took a crew out there now and said, let's go search for a little knifey? Or did Bill say, I don't got time for that, I'm tired today? And Ashley says, me too. Rachel, they're going to leave it up to us. I have to come visit you. We got some searching to do, sister.
Like those are piling up pretty quickly with respect to the casual mistakes. What do you think about that?
I would agree with you. The mistakes are piling up.
If I had a dollar for every time we said silly, I'd be getting rich pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I've discussed this in a number of ways, both in my report and in different times. It's important to understand that the prosecution team, the initial prosecution team and the initial investigative team, were just lacking experience, right? And that's not a dig on them. That's not berating or beating up those entities. Moscow is a pretty safe place to live, and that's a good thing. So there's not a lot of experience on the field. There's not a lot of experience in managing this type of data. And when that happens, typically law enforcement agencies will rely on subject matter experts that are given to them or loaned out to them.
That's right, Rachel. Does Cy know where he stopped every single time? Is it accurate? We don't want to go on a wild goose chase.
And I think it's important that we acknowledge that I, as an investigator in a very small agency who's investigating this major investigation, I'm now relying on the subject matter expert who I believe has incredible insight, authority, and knows what they're talking about. And they tell me a specific narrative. Why would I doubt it? I don't have the technical training and expertise to look at a data set and show them where they're wrong. And this is the whole reason we bring a subject matter expert into an investigation. So, yes, they're piling up, but when you look at the experience level and the technical background of the investigators that are making these mistakes, it is something that I can say I do believe was completely accidental, and it was just because they didn't know any better. And the people that they were provided to rely on were giving them terrible information. And that this is the result of it.
Now, did you analyze only Brian's cell records?
No.
So you analyzed others as well?
Yeah, and in my report, so we can just keep this on the record.
He means, did you analyze Dylan's?
I outline all of the records that I actually analyzed. There's 6 months of records that were obtained on all 4 victims, as well as Mr. Koberger. And another disturbing or another problem with this case is, to this day, I have never seen a mapping file produced by any investigator that shows all 5 of those devices on a map and their correlations over a 6-month period. we just don't see that. And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it, and it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
It's still sealed. It's still under seal. Give us the goods on Koberger and stop making the world wait. Or maybe it's breaks on now that this a little post-conviction relief thing reared its little ugly head, Bill Thompson.
Do you know why that evidence hasn't been released yet? I mean, we're over a year out. Do you know what the holdup or what the problem is there? Because it might eliminate some speculation from both sides.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have no problem with my my investigative report being released the day the plea deal was signed. You know, I can't explain why this thing has drug on as long as it has.
So in your report, you talk about the records that you review, and you reviewed and mapped Jack Showalter. Can you describe what you found, or is that something you're not at liberty to talk about at this point?
I will just put there's no reason for me to believe that Jack Showalter has anything to do with this crime. Like, there's
they're like, no way. Really? Hoodie guy didn't do it? Are you sure, Cy-Ray? Kristen's concerned and Ron's baffled again.
Zero evidence.
Was he being surveilled? Was he under surveillance outside of Moscow that you're aware of? I know there's been information that has been brought out that him and another potential person of interest were being surveillanced. And
where did she get that information from? That Koberger and a possible other assailant were being surveilled? Imagine that. Where did you get that misinformation from, Miss Ma'am? Are you referring to Mr. Brent Kopacka? Playing the weeds much? I don't know what's going on there with Mr. Kopacka. May he rest in peace. It's up to Brian Koberger to tell me that story, if one exists. Go on with your information, girl. You go do you, boo, all day and twice on Sunday.
one of them might have had a cut on their arm that was untreated.
What?
You know, I've heard bits and pieces. I can't cite anything directly. I'm unaware of, the direct actions. There was a lot of investigative leads that were looked at in this case. I'm yet to see any that answer the questions that as an investigator I would be looking for as a viable suspect. And more frequently when we look at DNA comparisons, I think we have to come back to the DNA. We can start
Can't get away from that DNA.
to rule some people out as well.
Can you confirm that Bethany was at home on 11/13/2022 from midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
Where does she think Bethany was? Not downstairs texting with Dylan, are you okay? I hear stuff. Come down here, run. Where does she think Bethany was? At somebody else's house? Huh. Cy-Ray told y'all there's overwhelming evidence Brian Koberger committed these homicides, but they want to know all about the Bethany and the Dylan of it all. Sorry.
I don't know that I can get into that yet. I will say this. The two surviving people in the house, I have no reason to believe that they're anything other than victims.
Oh.
And my personal opinion is any social media, podcast, news, reporters, or anybody else that tries to spin some type of conspiracy theory that these two girls somehow pulled off this quadruple murder just defies all common sense and logic. Like,
my favorite part in the whole show. It just defies all logic. And they're like, well, that's us, sir. Stop it. You're making fun of us now. That's why we came here. It's those girls. Bing bong. I heard a little something, Cy. Could you elaborate? Where was Bethany? He's like, y'all, leave them girls alone.
there is no reason to suspect these two as the murder. Now, you want to beat them up for a handful of other things and some very poor statements and some misinformation. I get it.
I get it too. It's a little tacky for me. I feel icky when I sit here and go at that little young girl because I know she was just being stupid and drunk, in and out of conscious. No, lucid things were happening.
But the idea that these two pulled off this giant conspiracy and were able to avoid any detection of actual committing this murder or physical evidence that would be there is absurd.
It is absurd, and they make those girls come appear like, oh, they're so freaking smart. They could have pulled all this off, right? Hid it, and Frank Koberger at the same time with their little sheaf placement. Damn, Dylan and Bethany, y'all didn't come across as that bright to me, but these girls giving y'all a lot of motherfucking credit today. All right. All right. Besides, like, nope, anybody with common sense can see they were nothing more than foolish roommates not making good decisions that night. Bless their little hearts.
Well, we're not making any accusations here.
No, we're not. We're none of that. We're just asking questions. Like Karen McDonough, we just ask questions over here.
But did you find, so you sort of brought up Dylan, did you find her?
He sort of brought up Dylan. Oh, girl.
Her different interviews. I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
I think it's obvious that there's some credibility issues with everybody involved with the
You're not lying, sir. You're very in tune.
Initial reporting of this case. And I think there's a number of things that can be attributed to that. I also think it's very consistent with very traumatized witness/victims.
They're like, they look, body language experts, they close their eyes. The two girls on top, they have their eyes closed. They're like, oh, we can't take it. We can't take this. We need anxiety meds right now, stat.
That experience something like this. So, can I speak to their credibility? I can't. I can see why some people would question their credibility, but also the investigation that I'm looking at, the evidence that I've seen on this case does not rely on their credibility. This case doesn't make or break because of something they said or didn't say or something that they did or didn't do.
Exactly. But they don't believe that though, Cy.
So when you're looking at whether or not your ultimate opinion on this case and on Brian, you're not really considering the eyewitness testimony potentially of Dylan.
Oh, absolutely, I am. I think it's difficult for us to dismiss it because while it is vague and it did change over time, it doesn't necessarily describe somebody who doesn't look like Brian Koberger, right? It doesn't describe somebody that we could say, that's weird. This statement is in complete contradiction of what Brian Koberger looks like. The timing is also very, very important. There's things that happen in her statement and her text messages that also does provide her some corroboration to what she's reporting. So,
they're like, no.
I think she saw somebody 100%. I think that her description is more similar to Brian Koberger than it is contrary to Brian Koberger. And I think it's important that all of that happened before anybody knew about Brian Koberger. So,
oh, snap. She had the bushy eyebrows pegged before anybody knew about Brian Christopher Koberger. But these girls, like, everybody has the bushy eyebrows, Salty. That could have been anybody in that mask. Sneaking around in the dead of night. Could have been anybody with bushy eyebrows. Yeah, could have been. But it wasn't. It was Brian Koberger.
There is some things we have to consider could be credible there.
Well, what do you make about the fact that Dylan herself, if you assume that what she's saying is true, that she's repeatedly told investigators that she couldn't tell whether certain memories were real or dream related? She repeats this in many, many interviews. So her testimony, if we're to believe it, we would need to, I would assume, also give her some credence to her own admissions, which are that they may have been a dream.
100%. 100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate.
Cyril, we've changed our mind about you, sir. Dang it. Good Lord. Exactly, Cheryl and Aussie. I mean, I've been that 19-year-old girl. It was obvious the girl was just what it was, drunk. She said she was the scaredy cat of the group. Everything scared her. She heard a pan fall in the kitchen. She's calling somebody, right? It's all out there. Um, we all had a problem with an 8-hour gap, let's be honest. When we first learned about it, way back in the day when the PCA dropped, we're like, what is this funny business? I needed to know what that meant. But now we know, and it is what it is. You can spend all day long, hours on end, tearing Dylan Mortensen down, but I'm an icky woman when I do that because I understand I had a intoxicated 19-year-old girl with zero life experience, obviously, making very questionable decisions that night. Would it have changed anything if she'd have just called 911? Probably not. It was too late by then. And he was making a beeline for the door.
So, I think that we have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody who is young. I think their life experience is very limited, and we know that that person is impaired at the time.
Life experience.
How they're
life experience coming in hot.
manifesting how this thing worked out over time, I think we have to take that into consideration. The other thing that I think you cannot just dismiss is, what was this girl subjected to personally? What did the media say about her? What did social media say about her?
Social media said a lot, Cy. And you probably reviewed their channel before agreeing to join it. Probably. You probably saw they interviewed Turvey, and you're like, oh yeah, I'll come do this shit. I'll come do it.
Did she have some other reasons over time to start to distance herself from this case? And anybody who tells you she didn't just simply doesn't know what this poor kid went through.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. There it is.
Not only in the incident themselves, but was subjected to by the general public as a result. I mean, I've heard people on podcasts actually implicate her as one of the potential murderers.
Oh, my goodness. If you left the show early, you're missing out. Yeah, there it is.
That's how far it's gone. So
chat was eating him alive. They were not happy campers any longer. They're like, oh, hell no, get him out of here now. There's the door, sir. Good day. We said good day.
Is there...
You don't feed the narrative.
Maybe some other things at play here that a person in her shoes might start changing their story and say, I don't remember anything. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now you mentioned that that there's no facts that support that they were involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back and let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by.
Did they help Koberger? Is that what you mean, Kristen? Or another accomplice we are unaware of they were helping? Was they helping Koberger?
By these murders? Because no offense, if I'm reading her transcript.
His side is trying to interrupt her. Girl, slow your roll, girl. Cowgirl, slow down.
She sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years old.
Well, damn.
16 years. I'm not saying.
You're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup.
You're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup. How do you know that, ma'am? Turvey told you? First the internet did, then Turvey confirmed it.
I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Mm-hmm. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup.
Oh, damn. I walked through it, girls. Saw it with my own eyes. What are y'all talking about a cleanup? You tinfoil hat wearing freaks.
And I know Dr. Turvey said that in his opinion, the lack of things in the bathroom is because of cleanup. That's
exactly. He didn't say he saw evidence where some cleaning products and smear wipes had occurred. He literally said the lack of products in the bathroom shows a cleanup occurred. So they took all their stuff out? Like all their stuff out of the bathroom? All right, Tipsy Turvey, we've had enough of you. Settle down, sir.
It's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up.
Turvey, let me examine this photo. I don't see a bath mat. I do not see a towel. These freaks cleaned up the bathroom.
Well, he didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before.
Oh, snap.
And this is a very bloody scene. And let me make something really clear. I've investigated a lot of cases. I was a blood spatter expert for a number of years.
Yes.
When people clean up bloody scenes, it is obvious. There isn't a, hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't. Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup? Where did we get cleanup?
Mm-hmm.
What do you
Yeah, frozen shock phase occurs, I guess, but I you know, it depends on the situation. Flight or fight, right? And you don't ever know when that's going to happen. So I don't think Dylan Mortensen did anything wrong but be a girl intoxicated making bad decisions all night. That's all it was.
make of the
What
diluted
evidence-
blood?
I'm sorry?
What do you make of the diluted blood?
What diluted blood?
Diluted blood can happen for a number of reasons. So
Certainly can, and the girls are like, diluted blood, that means a cleanup occurred, sir. The blood was diluted. There's probably reasons why.
it could be, are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table, we don't know what type of liquids may be there before. Could somebody have attempted to rinse off a knife or try to do something with a knife? That's possible. Diluted blood is incredibly common on a crime scene. It doesn't indicate anything specifically without more context. So, to me, that diluted blood is not evidence of cleanup. And when I think cleanup, I think of evidence of somebody physically trying to clean something up. And in this case, if that had happened as bloody as this scene was, there would be clear evidence of it. And I can tell you and all of your listeners right now, nobody is ever going to produce a crime scene photo that any credible, reputable expert in this type of evidence is going to say that is evidence of cleanup.
Turvey based it on lack of products in the bathroom, lack of towels and rugs. Yeah, they're not going to find any crime scene photos that prove a cleanup occurred. Girls, Forensic Files is your friend. Go binge watch that and get off YouTube.
And even Dr. Turvey, if you listen carefully to what he said there was cleanup based on things not being present.
Oh, yeah. A cleanup based on things not being present, not I saw smear marks when we lit the room up like the 4th of July.
Again, he doesn't have the knowledge to say that because he doesn't know those things were present before the crime. He doesn't know what was cleaned up. And I can ask you guys.
Ron's coming in hot. Give him a second.
Did somebody recently move out of that house?
She sure did, Cy-Ray. She sure did. Yeah, buddy.
Prior to the murders?
Yep.
We know there was an empty room.
Possibly.
Probably. We know there's an empty room. Guys, do your homework. She was on the lease. She was still on the lease. And they had to figure out where she was once investigators realized there should have been another roommate in that house. I know who she is. Too bad y'all don't.
So maybe somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like the day before,
girls.
we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something isn't seen, like a bathroom.
Yeah, early on in the investigation reports, the ones we got fairly early on, it said by law enforcement that there was significant evidence of a cleanup.
I would again ask for putting in a report, there's significant evidence of cleanup, doesn't tell me anything. That's not how we do an investigation. We put a marker down. We take a picture. We show a swirl mark. We show
a swirl mark. Really?
A rag. We show a P-trap that we took from a sink that actually has evidence. There is nothing that I have seen in this case that shows any evidence of cleanup inside of that house.
Mm.
And
what about the footprints? What about the lack of footprints?
Well, let's talk about the lack of footprints. No matter how this crime went down, no matter who the suspect was, let's take Brian Koberger out of the equation for a minute. if the theory is there would be footprints in the house, then there would be footprints in the house whether Brian Koberger committed this murder or not. The lack of footprints is not surprising to me. In fact, working a lot of very bloody crime scenes, it's not surprising at all. If my feet are in contact with the floor while blood is in flight, it would be very conceivable that there's no blood on the bottom of my shoes. This is super common. In fact, one thing that you're trained in blood spatter expert is if I have 5 people and 4 of them have bloody feet and 1 of them doesn't, and they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is a bloody footprint. There's an issue with that footprint as far as, whose it is and where it came from and when it was potentially deposited there. But more importantly, let's say that I have a bloody shoe tread and I step on carpet and I step on wood or I step on any type of flooring and then I clean that up. There would be evidence of cleanup, right? I would be able to see a swirl mark, and maybe I don't see a footprint anymore, but I see the swirl mark of where that cleanup happened. And in this case, that simply does not exist.
So
here's the issue. Here's an issue I've had with this, because I know that the 2 scenes, the 2 bedrooms where it appears the murders occurred, Xana's room and Maddie's room, there is a lot of blood reported, and I think we've seen photos on the floors in there. And there are swirls of blood. There's blood, for instance, on the bottom of Xana's feet. Indicating that there was some sort of a struggle, that at least she was stepping in blood in her room. So there was a lot of blood in those rooms, but then none in between those rooms and from those rooms to any entrance. That troubles me a bit with regard to how, what happened after, or was there something? Because you would think with the amount of blood that was on the floor, and there are some clear marks indicating somebody moved, and we know Xana did. How is it that whoever did this, if it is Brian or if it is somebody else, escaped any trace of blood between those rooms or between either of those rooms and the exits?
It's actually very common. and there's something that we have to discuss here for just a second. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of blood on the floor. If I step in that blood, and then I walk through the house and I leave a bloody trail, you're going to see where I first stepped in the blood. Mm-hmm. That's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious. In this case, we don't see that. In order for somebody to have bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't. The crime scene photos don't show that. There is no reason in this case to believe that the evidence, the bottom of the suspect's shoes, whoever the suspect might be, the bottom of those shoes would be covered in blood to leave a trail. There's nothing to indicate that in either one of the bedrooms. Mm-hmm. Now, is there...
Meaning he didn't step all in the blood himself.
Potentially some very small, invisible blood that was transferred through the house on the path, whoever the suspect was? Sure. I can't speak to the ability and the amount of effort that was put into looking for that in a way that would produce all of it. But again, this is one of those rabbit holes we can get in and we can go way down. Whether Brian Koberger committed this crime or not, those facts are the facts. You insert any other suspect in this place, that issue still remains. And that's why I'm saying it's very common. It doesn't surprise me at all.
So if we take for a second the footprint issue and put it to the side, if you look at the fact that, what do you make of the fact that there's no blood transfer from the 2 rooms? So the knife presumably and the murder weapon or weapons presumably is covered in blood. So why isn't that transferred?
Honey, it was. You haven't done your homework? All right.
I don't agree with you that there wasn't blood transfer. And I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the document dumps. I just don't agree. There's blood transfer.
Can you...
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, so I know it's pretty clear that you don't believe that there was a cleanup, but you can't exclude that there was either. So by the same sort of rationale, if you don't see any evidence of it because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of a cleanup. You can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup.
Was she not paying attention? Now Cy's got to define it all over again. Because there's not evidence a cleanup occurred. There's not evidence it didn't occur, so you can't rule it out. Girl, there was no evidence a cleanup occurred. Goodness gracious.
If you're telling me that somebody took time to clean up the crime scene itself, somehow remove physical evidence that was critical in this case, like blood evidence, I haven't seen any evidence of a cleanup. If your definition of cleanup is somebody took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there, I can't speak to that, and nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know. But I haven't seen any.
Where did Dolphin go? Did she go watch the Netflix thing?
Anything in this case that would indicate that there was an effort to clean up the crime scene itself.
Mm-hmm. Now, with respect to the bathroom that was on the one that we're referring to, I think Dr. Turvey talks a lot about this in his report. Nothing in the bathroom, to my understanding, was ever tested. Is that your understanding?
I don't know that there's anything in the bathroom that could be tested.
I was about to say, what does she want tested in a bathroom? The drain to make sure no one showered their bloody self off? I don't know what she wanted tested from that bathroom. Like swab the floor just in case?
I mean, we have to collect something to test something.
Well, first of all, there was a missing crock. There was one white crock that was found.
Was that in the bathroom?
Outside of the bathroom. And
outside of the bathroom.
It was noted in a bunch of the reports that the other one wasn't found. But
it was found, honey. It's there.
Is that significant that that bathroom wasn't tested?
Not to me. It's not. I mean, we have to overlook so much other really critical key evidence to say that a crock that may or may not have contained some type of biological evidence on it could change this entire case. It could complicate this case, and it could definitely open the door to some other questions. But, all of those factors do not change the evidence against Brian Kohberger. It just muddies the water to, hey, is there other things? Here's the other thing. Can people have blood on items that aren't related to a particular crime scene inside of a house? And the answer is, of course we can. So, a crock that may or may not have had blood that somehow disappears, and I can't speak to all that, and I think I've been very clear on my idea of whether this crime scene was sloppy or not sloppy, or as far as the investigation itself being sloppy. I can't speak to that, but a crock does not change this case.
Oh, no.
Cleanup of a downstairs bedroom or bathroom does not change this case. There is still overwhelming evidence pointing to a suspect in this case, regardless of what we find with those things.
Brian Kohberger left as much minimal stuff behind as he possibly could because he studied it for a living, right? You're right. He knew what to do. We've seen this. We've seen that. We've seen the essay. Not everybody apparently wants to see it, right? But yeah, he knew what he was doing, but he made a fatal mistake when he forgot his sheath.
Mm-hmm. Now, with those words, overwhelming evidence, totality of circumstance, can you give us your top 5 pieces of evidence that you believe?
And honestly, other than that sheath mistake, what other mistakes did Brian Kohberger allegedly make? And we hear he's stupid. He made a bunch of mistakes. He this, he that. Tell me how he made other mistakes other than leaving that sheath. Because he's done a pretty good job of gotten away with it until he found IgG and stuff. But I don't know what all these taking the phone with him. I'm not so sure that was a mistake.
Actually prove without a doubt that BK committed this crime, and do you think he did it alone?
I don't know.
That would be the only thing, Firefly, but I'm not so sure it was a mistake. I've never been convinced it was a mistake because that's too easy to forget at home, in my opinion. It's too easy for that criminology student to say, I forgot my phone at home when I went for my stargazing drive. And when I realized it, I was too far from home and I didn't want to go back and get it, so I just went on with my drive. Problem solved. But no, he took it with him. So besides taking his phone in his sheath, what else did he do? I wonder. I'm like legit circling the neighborhood with his car. Well, he had to take his car. He couldn't borrow the neighbors and he couldn't get a rental. That's a paper trail. He had no choice but to use his car. But he did, he did some trickery with his tags and stuff. He got lucky and nobody had great cameras. I would have parked the car up on Malenta and walked in, but no, Koberger's like, I'm going to ride around. This is grainy car footage. We're good.
What's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released. Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life, event.
When Koberger was doing his recon, did he not notice that house had a camera? Right? Because he's coming in so hot and quickly and he didn't pay attention to see that house had a camera. I'm not saying he did everything perfect, because we know he didn't. But to call him so stupid and da-da-da, I can't do that either, right? I think I don't know that he made mistakes other than leaving the sheath.
Of that evening, video surveillance, all provides a pretty clear picture that Brian Koberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime. And like I said before, I'm not going to talk about the admissibility.
Excellent candidate. Look, Ron has face palmed like Judge Hippler. Oh my God. He's like, stop it, Cyree. I regret doing this interview with you. He's had enough. He's done.
Admissibility of that evidence, because I do believe that there's issues with the admissibility of all of that evidence.
He's like, I'm an attorney at law, and you're making me look quite ridiculous at the moment, but you're insulting me.
10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Brian Koberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented to that jury. And that's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very
body language experts. She did a thingy with her face.
Very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately in the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there. And I've been very outspoken about that to my own detriment. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. And this case has, been more of a detriment to me than it's been helpful to me by a long shot. So
Brian Koberger learned to appreciate stargazing lying on the back deck of his Pennsylvania home with Mother. It's in the document. He liked to stargaze with Mother, lying on the back porch. That's where he learned to appreciate astronomy.
I'm not making this argument because I think, I want to show the world that I'm right. That's not what we're talking about. The evidence in this case is clear. I've been in a lot of jury trials. When I say 10 out of 10 juries convict Brian Koberger, if all of this evidence comes in, that's based on 30 years of experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you, if you are ever allowed to see all of the evidence in this case, would have a really hard time defending him. And you would agree, like, man, I've got an issue. Now, if you want to talk.
Oh, hard time defending him if you saw all that evidence. Girls, run. Are you ready for all that data dump and discovery? Unsealed documents coming your way one day soon in the near future, maybe, allegedly, speculating.
About legal issues and your ability as attorneys to potentially get some of this evidence out, that's a whole other conversation, and I think you have a great case. But if all that evidence comes in, you might be seeking a plea deal. I'll just put it that way. And we should talk about this.
All that evidence might be seeking a plea deal. And what happened? We had a plea deal. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Y'all okay, panel? Are we all right? We good? Don't lose Jesus like Lauren. It's not worth it. Get off the crime if it's that bad. All right, I'm going to let them talk for a moment while I go have another comfort break. I'm saying comfort break because I'm making fun of Joe Schmo. I got to go to the bathroom, ladies.
Defense team had lost almost every single motion they had filed. Almost every single one of them. This was going to be an overwhelming case for the defense to overcome in trial. Overwhelming. Now, we get into the legal issue. This is also a case that the prosecution would have a really hard time explaining some of the processes that they did. So both sides are having issues with how this case could play out.
So circling back a little bit to you've mentioned that there's overwhelming evidence, and it sounds like some of that evidence, unfortunately, is not available to the public. And so at this point, we can't really evaluate it on the same level that you can evaluate it on because we're not privy to that. But talking about the evidence that is widely available right now, is there any evidence within the scope of your expertise in this role, like the mapping data, the AT&T records, et cetera, that you've seen and reviewed that would provide you with a different explanation of the story associated with Brian and what happened that night?
Yeah, so a really good way to summarize at a very high level is Brian's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to do it. For me to frame Brian Kohberger for this case, here's what I got to do. I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that date to be really clear for everybody who's listening to this. I'm going to start framing, of all people in the world, Brian Kohberger for this murder in March of 2021, because I'm going to make sure that there's a paper trail of him obtaining the murder weapon, or what could potentially be the murder weapon. So 9 months almost before the murder, I'm going to start this planning. Take in mind, I don't even know he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow in March of 2021. Yet my mastermind of conspiracy, I'm going to plant a paper trail that puts him in connection with a potential murder weapon back then, right? And then on top of that, I'm going to spend about 4 months in 2023, or I'm sorry, 2022. My 2021 date's off. Let's say around 9 months prior to this murder, I'm going to have to plant that, so it's 2022. But then in the fall of 2022, I'm going to physically take his phone a number of times, and I'm going to create a pattern of life that is consistent with activity that would have had to happen that night if Brian Kohberger is the suspect in this crime. So I'm going to create this pattern of life that starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do, and I'm going to do that without his knowledge because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You'd think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, right? I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder, I need him to go out. I need him to drive around because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home. I need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now about leaving Pullman. I need a vehicle that's very, very similar to his to drive around the crime scene multiple times just prior to the murder. And more importantly, I need that same vehicle to flee the crime scene at a high rate of speed immediately afterwards without his knowledge. I then need his phone, and I'm assuming his car, well, we know it's his car, to go south of Moscow and to reappear down south where he doesn't really hang out. He hasn't been down there before. And then I need him to drive this perfect little trail back to catch all of the cameras at Pullman, Washington State University, just in order. I need him.
Y'all look at Ron's face. I had to let the puppy out too real quick. Goodness gracious, y'all. They're not having a good time anymore. Not so fun anymore.
To a lot of other things that I don't know has been released to the public. The level of manipulation it would take to paint Brian Kohberger as a suspect in this case is overwhelming.
Oh, snap. Yeah, the intentional narrative collaboration, it's been going on since day one, right, Firefly? Immediate. It was immediate and it was swift and it was a crazy ass ride. Firefly and I were there for all of it. We have PTSD from the Idaho 4 case. It's called the Idaho 4 effect. I named it, I slapped a label on it, Megan. It's called the Idaho 4 effect.
It would require a small army to do it, and it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your fact pattern. And we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so no, this portion's at least public. That
Ron's reading his chat right now. They're like, ask him this, tell him this, get him off the panel, get him out of here.
That he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning, that he's constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we
Well, was she reading like an AI thing or something?
accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that that would make him the person that committed this crime, because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior to the murder. Because
There's no evidence though, right? There's no evidence. It's just like,
we can't actually put him in the house, right?
Oh, baby girl, we can't put him in. Do we have to have all crimes going forward caught on fucking video? His DNA was in the house, Sam. He's trying to tell y'all how difficult it would be to set this guy up. And how do we know to get Koberger's DNA to put on that sheath? Why Koberger's? Could have been any Tom, Dick, or Harry's out of Moscow. We could have slapped on there and called it a day. So easy to do, Sam, according to you.
Well, you can put something in the house that's pretty critical that, I understand touch DNA. I understand, all.
You can put something in the house that's pretty critical. Oh, what would that be? A knife sheath?
The arguments around, and as part of the defense team, when I say I understand it, trust me,
They're like, evidence? What evidence, Firefly? What's that? Get out of here with your evidence, ma'am. We go away.
I understand, but there is a piece we all have to accept. A knife sheath actually next to one of the murder victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having
Thank you, Forrest. I've got y'all on my mind. It is getting late, guys, and 2 of my mods are 2 hours behind me, and I go live at 9 a.m. in the morning. Forrest, if y'all can't make it in right away, it's totally understandable. Rachel and Forrest, y'all know I love y'all. Have a good night, Forrest. We're going to wrap this up soon because this is like a long interview, and I'm getting hungry and tired. I have to get up and get this show ready.
DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit. This isn't trace DNA. It is a significant amount of DNA. Is pretty significant. It's hard to talk, outside of that. And I know the question is going to be, well, how do you guys know it's his car? You can't show that it's his car. Well, what we can show is that Brian Koberger's phone movements, when it's on, especially coming back to Washington State University, are traveling right next side by side. The phone
side by side. Giddy up on the way home. Snake River, I got something for you.
Phone and the car are moving together. So it would be a hard stretch to say that that's not his car.
But you do agree that at least when you're looking at the cell phone data, geolocation, all of that information, you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched, and we can only put a partial description that somewhat fits his build, if you will, and we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle, and we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That
Exactly. Say it a little louder. That's all you got.
That's all we can put physically at the crime scene. Now, does that mean that he committed this crime in of itself? No, it's a lot of evidence. It starts that story for sure. When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with the pattern of life, how do you reconcile that with you've got in your report, I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13 where Mr. Koberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Koberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the, it's my opinion, the geolocation data I've been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Koberger or any of the decedents. The lack of, and I get the pattern of life and what you're saying, but then the lack of any contact, apparent contact between him and any of the victims at any time leading up to this, I think that kind of contrasts a bit. Is there one reason why you might discount that as opposed to the pattern of life?
Well, okay, we got to break a couple things down here.
Okay.
Me being able to
break it down now.
Say that Brian Koberger's device is in the same proximity as one of the victim's device requires very granular, very specific details that this case simply doesn't have, right? So I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary.
You're good, know thyself. Thank you for coming in. Have a good night. I hope we see you tomorrow at some point.
Of that statement, right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is consistent with what I would expect to see in the event that he did. Now, I think I make it very clear in my report that you just read where I'm at with that. Mm-hmm. It requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270. That
is very specific route north of Highway 270. We're going north. We're going north, Rach.
That goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road.
Oh, Firefly, Indian Hills Road. Why did he go to Indian Hills Road? Why would he go that way? What was going on there? There was always a back way in. I saw it on the map. Oh, boy, oh, boy. That explains a lot there.
There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway.
Oh, multiple trips at night along that same what in the world? Surveillance? We can't call it stalking under Idaho code law. But Lauren can call Christina one on the internet.
Significant.
She refused to go to court to do it. The judge said, excuse me, you don't have any law here.
Very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again. There is some consistency to that we can't just ignore.
Oh.
He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at this crime.
That's nowhere near Wawa Park, where he liked to go stargazing on a normal routine. And Taylor said as the weather changed and as school started, he drove less and less stargazing. Or jogging, hiking, whatever the fuck he was doing. She got all like a little bit, lost in space, it felt like. But he's supposed to be over there at Wawa Park stargazing. Why is he over on Indian Hills Road a bunch of nights? Is stargazing good on Indian Hills Road?
Being committed. And it's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records. It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is consistent, real quick? Sorry, what is consistent? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
I think I outlined some of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Brian Koberger driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior itself is very, very common. Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning, knowing the facts of this case, I think it is safe to say weekly.
Weekly trips. When did he hone in on these victims in that house? Or at least one of them? Was it before you ever left to go to Washington? Were you on the Google friend searching the area, things to do, places to eat, people to see kind of thing? Where should I go? What should I do? Mom says I need to go make friends. Dad's going to get me an invite to the pool party. I might want to go eat somewhere because I don't want to cook and stuff. I'm busy TA and I got to ride around at night. I can go get some food and wonder when one of those pretty little girls caught your eye, sir.
Okay, and then You also state in your report that there's not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohlberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to 100-meter accuracy.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Kohlberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning.
So he didn't actively sit there with his phone on. If he ever sat there at all behind the house watching from afar in the distance, in the dark, in the trees. Huh. He's just riding around, scoping out the neighborhood.
What is the actual date? Sir, go ahead, Ron.
Is there a party going on? Should I go inside?
So
maybe not. Cyree will know I was there.
You've got evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route.
Something's wrong with your voice, man. You sound like a robot. I don't know what it is, but it's bothersome. Could you clear it?
So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering
2 of those girls worked at a little vegan restaurant there in Moscow, Idaho. One worked also in their promotional campaigns. Wonder if he ever looked that place up for places to eat around town with some good vegan food menu items.
His disabilities too.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm allegedly speculating.
Could it just, I mean, does that speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or
But then again, if you go by the Dateline leak of it all, browsing history for Brian Kohlberger had hundreds of college girls, lots of college girls, so much so girls who saw the episode were saying, "Hey, that's me." They redacted their faces in the special. So, did he have other targets in mind too? Because he was sneaking around over there in Washington looking at girls. The house was the target. Did he choose that house because it backed up to the woods and was easy in and out, dark location, perfect setup, compared to all the other girls he was looking at? Or did he hone in on one of these girls incredibly early on?
Behavior.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternative theories we can talk about. Of course we can say,
no record of it, Cheryl. No record at all. They cannot prove he was ever there. There's no evidence to show Brian Kohlberger was ever in that restaurant. Cyree doesn't even see it on his phone activity, his car. There's no footage. Nobody in the restaurant recalls it. No, that if you hear that he did eat there, that's been an internet rumor for a long time, but never been proven.
Isn't it possible? Well, yeah, of course it's possible.
Now, that's not to say he was not ever there, right? We've not seen any evidence of it, and Cy's not offering any evidence of it.
But for me, it is hard for me.
And again, would Moscow even know if they didn't dive into the records thoroughly enough? But Cy doesn't see it.
To look at the totality, and that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories, we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence we're seeing.
Exactly. For the theory, even the conspiracy theory to work, it has to make sense. It can't just be a cute story I made up in my head today. It has to make sense, and you have to see if you can debunk it. And if you can't, well, maybe you're on to something, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, you're welcome, Cheryl. Yeah, it's not been proven anywhere. You won't find it in any documents that he was ever eating at the Mad Greek.
In this case, we know what it looks like when Brian Kohlberger's phone travels on Highway 270 east or west. So saying that it didn't happen that night is very easy to do. We know what it looks like when it travels just north of Highway 270. We know a route from his house that he would start to take in doing so. There's some consistency there before his phone is powered off.
a route from his house that he take?
Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder. Like, we know that because of the records on the phone itself. We know that from the point he turns the phone off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to point B. So, if we isolate this one thing and say, hey, isn't it possible? You guys are 100% right. And we could do that all day long. But when we stack up everything together, the totality of it changes this conversation. And that's all I'm trying to say to you guys. That's all I'm trying to say to your listeners is it's very easy for us to.
His side's like, I'm getting so frustrated with you guys. Oh my God. Welcome to our world, Cy. We tried as hard as we could to tune all them out. After a while, it got a little much.
Get in my head, Brian Koberger isn't guilty, and I'm going to just latch onto anything I can find that confirms that bias that I have. Opposed to, hey, the fact of the matter is, there is a significant amount of evidence that indicates Brian Koberger committed this murder. The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents down to the local agent is very troubling.
And that should have been enough for everybody. But no. We got to play in the weeds and do all the weird stuff and just totally overlook legalities and rights and all the things that matter in a court case. Are y'all going to cover any cases in the future besides Idaho 4 girls? No, I doubt it. There's some channels out there right now that are terrified to let it go. Terrified to let it go. Because they've tried in the past, it didn't work out for them. The audience demands the Idaho 4 stuff.
There is a lot of procedural issues that I feel this case could still come back. I don't know that we're done with this case. I think there will be a second bite at the apple. And, you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice. Let's just say for a second, I know there's people listening that can never wrap their head around this, but let's say for a second Brian Koberger truly is the actual suspect. Mm-hmm. The idea that he could walk because of the sloppiness and these critical errors that were made by law enforcement should infuriate everybody.
It really should, like Casey Anthony, but people are not getting it. Just not there yet, Cy. Maybe one day. Mid-trial next time.
Miscarriage of justice isn't.
I hope I don't get a gut feeling the guy might walk mid-trial next time.
Just always convicting the wrong person. It's the idea that the right person walks. And if that doesn't bother you, that's a whole other issue.
That's something that's brought up a lot when you talk about when law enforcement conducts an investigation that violates, some of the constitutional limitations and so forth. Those instances probably far more often result in guilty people being free, avoiding the consequences because of the mistakes made by law enforcement that may violate the rights of people. And that's something that I've had to have discussions and have had discussions with people over the years because it does seem unjust. But in the long run, those constitutional protections really do protect everyone who's innocent as well. And so, yeah, that kind of, and so I get it from that. And it's a tough thing to deal with. I know, especially for people.
I get it. Let's not forget, I'm the cop who's saying, hey, cops, you can't do this. Right. I get it. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So, Ron, settle down, sir.
So from your perspective, you probably would in private with these cops who have not gone by the book and don't want to seem to skirt around the Constitution issues. I would expect you're pretty harsh on them in private because it might let somebody go free who committed a crime.
All right, guys. Trying to convince people who support Brian Koberger with actual evidence and presented flat out to them by an expert is not enough, because the other expert, Tipsy Turvy, has told them something completely different. He completely bought into the narrative, crime scene cleanup, laughing at everything. Beer pong table means nothing. Only what I say means something. Cy's trying to bring other facts to the table, and they just flat out keep pushing back, wanting the good. So nothing's ever going to change a lot of their minds. And that's not what I'm here for, because trust me, there's no hope. And I'm fully aware. But I like to hear what Ray had to say, right? Uh, about the case, about Brian Koberger, or what about the actual problems really were in this case. Because when people are screaming about this case, there were real problems, but it was never that Koberger didn't do it. But there's problems. So I don't know what that will mean going forward with the case, what it would mean if they ever get to if they actually get to a trial, if they allow him to withdraw that plea and move forward. We're never going to know until that happens. But I can't sit here and say, oh, that dumb guy's not going to get it done. Letitia Stock got it done. Alex Murdaugh got it done. Adam Montgomery got it done. Lori Vallow's working hard to get it done. Rick Allen is working hard to get it done. So we'll see how it plays out in the end. I'm not going to finish this interview, guys. It is getting late, and Rachel and I have got to get some sleep. We're going to fall asleep during trial tomorrow, and I do not want to do that. We don't need naps in the middle of our lives like Trisha. We do not want y'all to see us on couches sleeping. Good God Almighty. We don't do all that around here. We are just starting to see the documents, and I'm sure no, I don't know, Rachel. Documents that have been uncovered have been pretty telling, a little bit here and there. And if you go review some of them, you'll see there's no hope. None whatsoever. Me too, Rachel. Me too. All right, guys who came in, y'all can catch this interview if you're interested to see the rest of it over on the Custody Queens or whatever. What is it? Hold on. We don't need to be rude. What are they called? Like for real called? Custody Queens of the Clock. We don't like clocks around here. Have you not heard that? They're the custody queens of the clock. No wonder I can't stand a clock in the calendar situation. 13 days ago, this was aired with 25,000 viewers. I wonder if any of those 25,000 viewers came with an open mind and had their minds changed. Do not know. Huh. Anyway, that's their channel. Y'all can go catch the rest of their interview over there. Morris Dog, you need to sleep too. Yes, let's all go to bed, guys. Try to get a few hours sleep. I don't have tomorrow's show set up yet, but I'll be up early, and I'll get it set up. I'll set my alarm to make sure I don't accidentally sleep in. And I will get it set up early in the morning so you guys will get your notification a half hour early, hopefully. All right. All right, guys, thanks for coming in, everybody. If y'all don't mind, get this show into the algorithm by giving it the thumbs up and get the information out there, right? Let people review the information and make up their own minds. They don't have to agree with me or any of us. It is what it is, but just listen to the information and make up your own minds. That's the beauty of it all. All right, guys, y'all have a great night. Thanks for joining us to review this Ray stuff. And I'll see you back here in the morning if you're coming in for the trial. Appreciate y'all. Good night.
Thank you.